Amish Harvest Mayhem, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 21. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Charlotte Loring. Chapter 1. Debbie Bruner Bontrager sat at the dinner table at the Baker apple orchard, pleased that everyone in the room knew about her baby. She could breathe again. Her life had totally transformed from a few weeks ago. Looking around at the faces of the family members, she could tell she was surrounded by people who cared about her. Tonight, Samuel and Ada were guests for the evening meal, as they so often were. After everyone had filled their plates from the bowls in the center of the table, Favor helped herself to an extra piece of fried chicken. "I'm excited you're having a baby, Debbie." Before Debbie could say anything, Uncle Levi said, "I'm going to write a stern letter to my brother telling him what I think about the way he handled things." Levi had been delighted when he found out Debbie was expecting a baby. He hadn't been happy to learn his brother and sister-in-law had advised Debbie to keep quiet about her brief but legal marriage to the late John Bontrager. Wilma agreed with him about the letter. "I'm happy you're doing that, Levi, because they shouldn't have made Debbie keep this whole thing a secret. It could very well have ruined her life." "You're right, Mom." Hope nodded. Debbie sat there, smiling. Not that she wanted her parents to get a stern letter from Uncle Levi, but her folks would finally see the situation from her side, she hoped. Either way, she wouldn't have to give up her baby. She looked down at her growing belly. The baby still wouldn't have a father, and she'd be living in someone else's home, but this was her home for now. If God was gracious, he would find her another husband, and it wouldn't be a secret marriage. She should never have agreed to that, even if John had insisted it wouldn't be a secret for long. Ada said, "We're all very excited to have you here, Debbie. And Wilma, there will be another baby in this very house. How wunderbar is that?" "Yeah, I know. As soon as I get back from helping with Mercy and Honor's second babies, you'll be about due, Debbie. Just as well I made so many baby clothes." "Thank you once again, everyone, for being so welcoming." "Of course we are. Your family, after all," Wilma said. Ada patted Wilma's shoulder. "God is blessing your family." "I know. There will be babies everywhere. We'll turn the sewing room into a nursery. That'll be perfect since it's the room next to yours, Debbie. We don't really need to use that room as the sewing room. We can move everything to another room." Debbie was overwhelmed with how everyone was trying to make her comfortable. "You don't need to do that. I can keep the baby with me. I don't want anyone to be put out." "The baby might be fine in your room at the start, but what about when it gets older? It can't stay with you forever." As lovely and thoughtful as it was, Ada's comment made Debbie think they all expected her to live there forever. But she'd get married again at some point. Couldn't they all see that? Peter White had already offered his assistance in that department. Over the past few weeks, she'd often wondered if she should have taken him up on his offer. Then she would have a completely new beginning, and her baby would have a father. Perhaps next time Peter asked her to marry him, it would be for a very different reason. It would be out of love, not a sense of duty or helping her out of a situation. Or maybe Peter would grow tired of waiting for their romance to blossom. She hadn't given him a no to his proposal. It was more of a not yet. At least, that was how she thought she'd answered. Levi cleared his throat. "I have an announcement to make. We are opening the shop from next week forward. Everyone must do her part in making sure it's fully stocked, so you ladies will need to get busy in the kitchen making the apple goods. I want 2 people in the shop all the time. Hope you can work out who will do what." "What hours will we open?" she asked. "Same as last year, between 10 and 4. Whoever is working in the shop will work in the orchard between 7 and 9:45. Then they can go straight to work at the shop, then finish at 4. What does everyone think about that? I'll help out when anyone needs a break." "Sounds like a good idea, Dot." Bliss clapped her hands. "I can't wait. I love working in the shop." "Yeah, it sounds okay." Cherish looked at Hope. "Don't forget, I'm working at the cafe on Tuesdays, so don't have me doing anything on Tuesdays, Hope." Cherish was quick to get that one out there. It was good to get out and be treated as an individual and not just as one of the Baker girls, the youngest one. "Okay, I'll remember," Hope told her. "Levi, I do have my things to sew for the wedding. With working in the orchard during the day and cooking at night, where am I supposed to find the time for it? I'm not meaning to be rude. I'm just feeling a little overwhelmed with everything." "I'll help you with your sewing," said Ada. Hope whipped her head around to face Ada. "Would you?" "Of course I will. I can help right up until the time I go up north with your Mudar." "That would be wunderbar. I forgot you and Samuel were going to Connecticut with Mom." "That's right, and we're bringing Luke back with us." Ada looked around at all the girls, smiling. "You mean Matthew?" Hope asked. Ada rolled her eyes. "Oh, that's right. He wants to be known by his middle name now. That's Matthew with 2 T's. I keep forgetting to remember that. He says Matthew is more who he is." Cherish held her breath. "He's staying with you, isn't he?" "Yeah, he stayed with us last time, and he'll stay with us again. Don't worry, Cherish. He won't be bothering you." Cherish was relieved to hear it. But if Matthew wasn't going to be bothering her, who was Ada setting her matchmaking eyes upon? Looking around at the single women at the table, she noted that Debbie was a little old for him, and Favor was too young. That left Bliss, but Bliss was in love with Adam Vengard. Everyone knew that. Or did Ada have a long-range plan to marry Favor and Matthew off in a few years when they were both older? That made perfect sense. Her thoughts were confirmed when Cherish caught Ada looking at Favor with a certain glint in her eyes. Favor was munching on a chicken leg with no idea what was going on, but Cherish knew Favor found Matthew just as annoying as everyone else did. Ada would end up disappointed if that was her plan. Mom turned to Debbie and took hold of her hand. "You must write to John's parents and tell them everything. No good comes from hiding things. Believe me, the truth will always come out in the end, and you will look bad for keeping the secrets." Cherish looked on at their clasped hands in disbelief. Mom never held anyone's hand. She wasn't affectionate in that way. Why was she being like that with Debbie? "I've put it off for long enough, you're right. I plan to do that tonight, Aunt Wilma. I've already warned my parents I was going to tell John's parents. Maybe they know them already, I'm not sure. I don't want another secret again in my life. It's been far too stressful for me." Debbie looked away from Wilma and stared across the table at Cherish. Cherish didn't know why she was staring at her so hard, until she remembered her mother still didn't know about Christina's baby news. When Christina broke her baby news to them, she said they could tell their mother, but at the time the girls agreed it should come directly from Christina. From the look on Debbie's face, keeping the secret from Wilma was playing on her mind. There was only one thing to do. "Christina is having a baby too," Cherish blurted out. Mom let go of Debbie's hand and stared at Cherish. "Don't say that, Cherish. It's cruel." "Yes, Cherish," Ada agreed. "You must think of her feelings before you spread these rumors. If word gets back to Christina, she'll be devastated. You should send her to her room for that, Wilma." "It's true," Cherish insisted. "Nay, you must be wrong." Mom shook her head. "I've a good mind to wash your mouth out with soap." Hope spoke up. "Nay, Mom, Cherish is right. We didn't say anything because we had hoped Christina would tell you herself. That's why we kept quiet. We heard it out of her own mouth." Wilma looked away and breathed out heavily. "After all this time, it's nothing short of a miracle." "That's what Christina said." Cherish was annoyed that they had refused to believe her until they heard it from Hope. Why did they think so poorly of her? Cherish waited for an apology from Ada or her mother, but she wasn't surprised when none came. Wilma touched her chin. "The baby will be my step-grandchild, and yours will be my grandniece or nephew by marriage, Debbie, just like Iris. No, wait, not like Iris, because Iris is my step-grandchild." Cherish frowned at her mother. She always had to define and name every relationship. Why couldn't she just say Debbie's baby would be a grandniece or nephew? She always had to point out that these babies weren't directly related to herself. Maybe the only babies she truly loved were Honors and Mercies. Wilma continued, "Still, I love them just as much." "Well, that's good to know," Cherish said. Wilma turned to her best friend. What do you think about that, Ada? Christina and Mark are having a baby. I'm shocked, but simply delighted for them. Hope added, Christina said we could tell you and Ada, but she wants both of you to keep it quiet. I understand. We can do that, but you should have told us immediately. She'll think we know and haven't even bothered to visit her and share in her excitement. We should visit her as soon as we can, Wilma. Yeah, we will. We'll go together. Hope looked over at Samuel and Levi. Neither of you heard it either. You must keep quiet. We will, Samuel said. Everyone knew this before I did? Mom asked, staring at each of her daughters in turn. Only because we told them, Cherish said. Christina said I could tell, just as long as no one tells anyone else. Ada shook her head. It seems Christina doesn't need to do a thing in regard to announcing her news because you'll flap your gums, and soon everyone in the community will know. Mom sniggered at Ada's comment. I'm only telling family, Cherish said, and Christina said I could. Ada sat tall, lifting her chin. I'm glad I'm considered family. Of course you are. You're here all the time, Cherish said. Hope stifled a laugh at Cherish's remark, and Levi nearly choked on his apple juice. On a different subject, said Wilma, Cherish has been jabbering on about us all making that quilt. We need to make a start on it so Hope can have it for her wedding. Tomorrow, Ada is helping me cut out the fabric. Hope looked around. Denka everyone for doing this. I'm so looking forward to having this beautiful quilt. Yes, and it will be beautiful once we finish it. And we will finish it, because I didn't buy all that fabric to go to waste. Mom gave a nod. Denka everyone for doing this, Favor said, mimicking Hope. Everyone stared at Favor. Mom was the one to ask, What's the matter with you? Nothing. Favor looked down. Are you still annoyed about Krystal not being allowed to stay at our house? Levi asked. No. Well, yes. It's just that everyone gets everything done for them except for me. When was the last time you heard me thank anyone for anything? No, because no one does anything for me. I was practicing saying thank you for the imaginary time someone does something nice for me. Levi drew his eyebrows together. What about when we had your pen pal stay here for months? You didn't actually allow me to have her. I told her she could come. Wilma said, Well, Levi and I could have sent her straight back, and we didn't. We allowed her to stay. Ada leaned across the table and stared at Favor. The question is, when have you done something nice for someone else? You're sounding selfish. You'll understand when you're older that doing things for other people will bring you happiness. Stop being so jealous all the time, Hope told Favor. Everyone should enjoy everyone else's good times and be happy for them. Your time to get married will come, and we'll all be happy for you. Once again, Favor looked down. With her fork, she pushed the chicken bones around. No one understands. I do, Mom said. You're getting exactly like Joy, feeling left out all the time. It's silly. Cherish knew that wasn't a good thing for Mom to say, because now someone would tell Joy what Mom said about her, and then more trouble would brew. Hope agreed. Yes, and you're not even the middle child. It's not only the middle children left out. Anyway, I am in the middle. Cherish is the youngest, not me. She gets to do what she wants. She's still allowed to work at the cafe, and Bliss can't even do that. Cherish had tried to be sympathetic to Favor, but mentioning her job at the cafe was going too far. Levi could very easily put his foot down and say she had to quit. You're being mean to everybody now. Mom, can't you tell her to go to her room? I'll tell you all to go to your rooms in a minute if you don't all be quiet. Bliss said, I think everyone should be happy for Hope getting a lovely quilt and being married to a lovely man. Hope smiled. Ada looked at Samuel, who had been quiet through the meal. Do you have anything to say about anything, Samuel? Yeah, I do. He looked at Hope. I'm happy that you are marrying Fairfax. You've both known each other for a suitable time, and you seem like you're well matched. He then looked at Hope. I'm also pleased you're going to receive a lovely quilt made by loving hands." Ada gave a simple nod, showing she was satisfied. Hope smiled at him. "Thank you, Samuel." Cherish did her best to shrug off her irritation with favor. "And this won't be the only quilt we'll make. We'll keep making them. I'm sure I'm going to enjoy the process." Levi smiled. "I'm glad that's sorted, isn't it, Favor?" Without looking up from her plate, she said, "I guess so. Is there any more chicken?" "No, there is not. How about a smile?" Mom asked. Favor looked up at her and offered a fake smile. "That's better. That's a lot better." But it wasn't. When Debbie went to her room that night, she did something she'd been putting off. She wrote a heartfelt letter to John's parents. She told them everything she and John had talked about for their future. Also, she expressed how she was unhappy about keeping the marriage a secret for so long, but John had insisted they do so, and he kept delaying telling the news. It was hard to reveal the truth to his parents, but that was precisely what had happened. She also mentioned why she had continued the ruse after he died. She hoped they'd understand that she didn't want them to be disappointed in their late son when they found out he'd been deceiving them. After she'd written the facts just as she remembered them, she added that she was pregnant and was having John's baby. It was a sad letter to write, but she wanted the whole truth to come out. When she finished, she pushed the letter into an envelope and addressed it. Then she licked the glue strip on the envelope and sealed it. Lastly, she stuck on a stamp that Favor had given her. Hopefully, Wilma would allow her to send it tomorrow, so she wouldn't have a chance to second-guess what she had written. Chapter 2. The next morning, Debbie was glad when Wilma told her that Cherish would drive her into town to post the letter. The reason Wilma came to that decision so easily was because the rain was pouring down. When it rained, no one worked in the orchard unless it was absolutely necessary. Still, the heavy rain didn't stop Ada from arriving shortly after breakfast to help cut out the fabric for the quilt. There were pieces spread all over the large table as Ada wielded the dressmaking scissors. "I suppose we should visit Christina as soon as we can. Why don't we do that today?" "Okay," Mom agreed. "I'll tell her how happy I am about her news at long last. She and Mark must be thrilled. I do have an extra pair of booties and a wrap that I knitted for someone else's baby. I'll give it to her as a gift." "Oh, yes. Then I'll have to think of something to give her as well. I'll see what I can find." Cherish turned around from the sink where she was doing the breakfast wash-up. "Do you want me to come too? I could come after I take Debbie into town." Mom narrowed her eyes. "You won't have the time. I barely have the time. We can't spare you from either the orchard or from making goods for the shop." "Okay. I just thought you might need an icebreaker or a buffer. You know how you don't really get along with Christina. I'm just trying to help, that's all." Cherish continued washing the plates. "I know. That's true. But Christina does get along with you, Ada, doesn't she?" "I believe so." Ada nodded. "I've never had a problem with her." Cherish added, "As long as you understand I wasn't trying to get out of work, I'm only here to help." Ada chuckled. "No one's going to believe that. You live for getting out of work." "Why are you always picking on me, Ada?" Cherish asked. Ada grinned. "Everyone needs a suitable way to pass the time." The corners of Cherish's lips turned downward. Ada and Wilma laughed. "I'm just having a joke with you, Cherish. I'm getting myself ready for visiting Mercy and Stephen. You know how Stephen's always got jokes to tell, some good and others not so good," Mom added. Cherish pulled out the plug after she placed the last plate on the rack. "Most of them are funny, though. What you said just now wasn't really a joke." She shook the water from her hands and then wiped them on a dry dish towel. "I'll have to work on it. Samuel's asking around, trying to find some new jokes to tell Stephen." Mom looked up from the chalk line she was drawing on the fabric. "I thought Stephen might have grown out of all that joke-telling." "No, I don't believe he has changed at all." Cherish pouted. Aw, Mom, I wish I could go with you to see Honor and Mercy. I haven't even seen their first babies. Now they're having seconds. Mom pouted too. I agree. It wasn't ideal for them to move away like they did. A man should move to the wife's location. I've always thought it should be that way. Ada smiled. And maybe it'll be that way for Jonathan. What's Jonathan got to do with this? Oh, silly me. Ada laughed. I meant Matthew, the youngest brother in the Wilkes family. He's part of your family now since his two older brothers married your two older sisters. Cherish swallowed hard. That doesn't mean much, does it? If you keep going on and on finding who's related to who, you'll find everyone's related to everyone else. Ada shook her head. Wilma, how did you have such an argumentative daughter? I've asked myself that many times, and I still don't know. Wilma tapped on the fabric, giving the signal to Ada it was ready to cut. Wouldn't it be boring if we were all the same? Cherish asked. Ada paused with scissors in hand, staring at Cherish. Nay, I think it would be wunderbar. Timmy chose that moment to start chirping loudly. Oh, Cherish, when will I get some peace from that dreadful bird? Mom snapped. He's happy because it's raining. Birds don't like the rain, Ada commented, not even looking up from cutting the fabric. You never see them frolicking in the rain. They're in their nests, hiding from the downpour, so what you said makes no sense. Cherish rolled her eyes. Now Ada was a bird expert, just like she thought she knew about everything else. Shall I wheel him into the living room away from you? Please do, Mom said. Ada looked up. Better yet, open the cage and set him free. Cherish clamped her lips firmly together. Ada was always saying that, and she was always telling Ada he wouldn't survive in the wild. It was no use telling her again. Ada was trying to bait her. Today she wouldn't take the bait. As Cherish wheeled the cage out of the room, she said over her shoulder, I'll leave as soon as Debbie's ready. Yes, do that, Mom said. Levi's already hitched the buggy for you. Denka. As soon as Cherish had pushed the birdcage into the other room, she walked to the bottom of the stairs. Are you ready, Debbie? She yelled. I'm coming. Cherish lay back down on the couch and propped her feet up on the end, looking up at the ceiling. The other girls were cleaning their rooms, and Mom had Favor cleaning the insides of all the upstairs windows. Taking Debbie into town was the best job of the day. Debbie walked down the stairs, and Cherish sat up. Thanks for doing this, Cherish. I'm glad to get out. You're doing me a favor. Cherish stood and walked to the pegs by the door and unhooked Debbie's coat and handed it to her. Then Cherish took hold of her own. When she opened the front door, she jumped back in fright when she saw Eddie, their tall Englisher beekeeper neighbor. Chapter 3. Some months back, Eddie had declared his interest in Cherish, and now she felt uneasy with him. Before that, he'd had his heart set on Krystal. Eddie lifted up a box. I've brought you some honey. Mom walked up behind Cherish. Is that Eddie? Cherish turned around. It is, Mom. She hurried forward, causing the girls to move out of her way. I'm so pleased, and you've brought us some more honey, Eddie. Yes, ma'am, I have. We have your honey on everything. We have it on our morning cereal, in our drinks, and even use it to cook with. It's the best tasting honey in the region. I tell everyone that. Do you need apples? Cherish, grab Eddie a container of apples to take home to his parents. We're fine for apples, thanks. We do have a tree of our own. I'm not sure what kind of tree it is. I believe it might be a Honeycrisp. Mom's eyes popped open wide. Only one tree? Just the one. It's enough to keep us supplied. The apples aren't great, but Ma cooks with them. What about a couple of apple pies to take home? Eddie grinned. I'd love that. One will be fine, thank you. Cherish, run and get him an apple pie. Now, Eddie, I'm glad you're here. Wilma looped her arm through his, closed the front door, and then walked him through to the kitchen. I have a question for you. Last night, I felt like something sweet, so I had a spoonful of your honey. Ada looked up. "Good morning, Eddie." "Good morning, Mrs. Berger," Eddie replied with a nod. Wilma continued. "Now, I need an answer to this, Eddie. Because it was so late, I simply rinsed the spoon instead of washing it and putting it away as I normally would. When I woke up this morning, the sink had ants in it, and there was a bee on the spoon. I'm not kidding you, there was a bee." "One of my bees?" he asked with a laugh. "I don't know, but the question is, how did the bee get into the house? Everyone closes the door behind themselves, and there was no sign of a bee in the house before I went to bed. I understand how ants get in, but bees are larger. I've never had a bee in the house before, not at night like this." While listening to her mother's story, Cherish opened their gas-powered refrigerator and pulled out an apple pie. They always had plenty on hand. She took it from its glass pie dish and moved it onto a foil pie tray. Then she covered it with a red and white checkered dish towel. "There you go, Eddie." "Thank you, Cherish." He took the pie from her. "The bee probably came in the door with someone," Cherish suggested. Wilma shook her head. "I didn't see it in the house at all." Eddie cleared his throat. "I'm not sure how the bee would have gotten into the house, Mrs. Bruner. Sounds like a mighty good mystery to me." Wilma gave a wistful sigh. "I thought you'd know." "Oh, Wilma," Ada told her, "don't make a fuss. It probably came in under the door." Eddie looked at the girls. "You girls said you were coming to see me. Did you forget?" Cherish opened her mouth, recalling that they met him in town a few weeks earlier. They had said they'd stop by to see him, but there were so many other things going on that they completely forgot. Mom placed her hands on her hips. "Wait a minute. You girls didn't ask me if you could go anywhere. And Eddie, you didn't tell me how you think the bee might have gotten into the house. I'm not interested in anyone else's opinion. You know bees the best." Eddie scratched his head. "Can't say. Maybe someone opened a window upstairs and it found its way to the kitchen, lured by the sweet aroma of the honey. According to the latest research, bees have over 170 odor receptors in their antennae. They're also able to smell with their mouths and the tips of their legs." "Fascinating," Ada continued cutting. "It is, Mrs. Berger. What's more, they've got a much better sense of smell than fruit flies that only have 72 receptors. Ada straightened up. "And how many receptors do people have?" Eddie frowned. "I can't say. I only know about bees." Wilma put a hand to her face. "I suppose you're right, but it's funny that I didn't see the bee until there was honey. I was positive it wasn't in the house. I was wondering if there was some way it could have gotten in. No matter. I just thought you might have known." Mom then looked at Cherish. "I'm waiting for a reply." About what?" Cherish's mind hadn't gotten past the receptors Eddie had been talking about. How did he remember all these facts? Mom glared at her. "I said no one asked me if you could go to Eddie's place." "No, we didn't ask you yet, Mom, but we were going to ask before we went. And we're still planning on coming, Eddie. Aren't we, Debbie? We just haven't gotten around to it." "Yes, we are," Debbie agreed. "I'd like to see all the bees and the hives and everything. And do you wear the white thing that other beekeepers wear, like the big white helmets?" Eddie's face lit up. "Sometimes. How about I take you girls there right now? I can take you in my truck and bring you back," Eddie offered. "Debbie has to post an important letter today," Wilma told him. "I will allow them to go on Sunday afternoon if that suits you, Eddie. Other than that, I'm afraid the girls will be too busy to visit your bees. We've got a lot going on as harvest approaches, and we're opening the shop again, and that means a ton of work for all of us. Sunday will be the only day they can manage." "Sunday will be fine. I'll see you both then." He lifted up the pie he'd gotten from Cherish. "Thank you for this, Mrs. Bruner. Mighty kind of you." "Of course. Anytime. Thanks again for all the honey. We love it." "No problem, Mrs. Bruner." Cherish walked him to the door while Debbie stayed in the kitchen with Wilma. When he was on the porch, Eddie turned to face Cherish. "I guess I'll see you on Sunday. Do you want me to pick you up and bring you home?" "That's fine. We'll drive there, and it'll be in the afternoon." Okay. He gave her a big smile. See you then. You will. Bye. She waited until he drove away, and then she headed back into the kitchen. Why did you do that, Mom? Now we have to go there Sunday, and that's the only day we get off doing chores. It's not my fault, it's yours. He told me that you said you'd go. If you say you're going to do something, you must do it. If you don't, then you're letting yourself down as much as the other person. You want people to think of you as a reliable person, not an unreliable person. You should remember that, Cherish. Otherwise, people won't know whether they can trust you or not. If people trust you, you'll have more friends. Then you might find a suitable husband when the time comes. Cherish didn't like being reprimanded, but she knew what her mother said was true. She had truly meant they'd visit Eddie when she'd said it. I can't live my life for the future. Ada butted in, shaking the scissors at Cherish. No, but you can live your life being reliable. For the second time that morning, Cherish rolled her eyes as soon as Ada and Wilma's backs were turned. Let's go, Debbie. Don't be too long now, Wilma said. If you two cook the evening meal, then I can get on with the sewing, as long as you're up to it, Debbie. I'm feeling fine. We'll be quick, Cherish said, on her way out of the room. When she had her hand on the front door handle, she had an idea. She spun around to face Debbie. Can you wait a moment? Sure, why? I'm going to write a quick letter to Fenella to make sure she's still coming for the harvest. Okay, I'll hitch the buggy. No need, Levi's already done that. You shouldn't do heavy work anyway. I can do that much. I'll wait in the buggy then. Cherish ran upstairs and wrote a quick letter to Fenella. It was so short it was more of a note than a letter. Once she sealed and addressed the envelope, she took a detour to Favor's room, where she borrowed a stamp. Bye, Mom, Cherish yelled out as she ran down the stairs. Mom came out of the kitchen. Haven't you gone yet? We're going now. Why isn't Hope taking Debbie into town? Ada asked. Mom quickly replied, Hope is faster with all the chores. Cherish smiled to herself. She should have been offended, but she wasn't. Then Mom said to Cherish, At this rate, you'll be back by midnight. Just make sure you're back in plenty of time to finish all your chores. I will. Mom wagged a finger at her. If not, you'll be grounded. Fancy trying to ground her at her age. Mom rarely stuck to her punishments anyway. It wasn't like when Florence had been living there and running the place. None of them could get away with anything when Florence had been in charge. Outside, Cherish passed Levi, who was heading back into the house. Thanks for hitching the buggy. Anytime. Cherish jumped into the driver's seat and took hold of the lines. She made the horse back up and then turned him to head down the driveway. On the open road, Cherish felt she was free. There was no one watching over her and no one checking on her or telling her what to do. There was just the horse and the road and her new friend Debbie. The sun was warm and the breeze on her skin coming in through the window was the perfect temperature. I just love this time of year. The horrible cold is gone and the heat of the summer isn't here yet. It's perfect. It is. It's lovely today. I do feel so bad that I forgot about visiting Eddie, though. I don't normally forget things. Yeah, well, you had a lot on your mind. Mom and Levi didn't know you were pregnant back then. I know. I'm glad it's all out in the open now. I am so angry with myself for going along with the secret marriage. I'm so silly. I should have just said no from the beginning. You're not silly. He told you it was only for a little while, didn't he? Debbie nodded. Yes. Then you believed him. There's nothing wrong with opening your heart and trusting someone. Cherish tried her best not to be judgmental. She would never have let a man get away with something like that. Debbie was far too nice for her own good. It set her up to get taken advantage of. Cherish made a mental note not to fall for a man who wanted their relationship to be a secret. She'd learn from the mistakes and misfortunes of others. I guess not. It was so awful how it turned out, And if I hadn't gotten pregnant, then no one would probably ever know that we were married. Mary would have lived her life thinking the man she was going to marry had died. Cherish wanted to say something rude about John, but she didn't. It would only make Debbie feel worse. Everything is turning out just how God has planned. You will have a happy life. I know you will. If you hadn't gone along with the secret marriage, you wouldn't be having your baby. That's true. I'll be the best parent I can be. I don't want to be anything like my parents. I'll stand by my child and support him. I hope my baby has a good life. He will. I meant your baby will, too. Cherish laughed. Now you've got me calling your baby a he. Debbie smiled. Boy or girl, I don't mind. I can't tell you how excited I am about your baby. We've never had one living in the house since me. I was the last baby. Joy and Isaac had moved out by the time they had Faith. Cherish and Debbie continued talking. The more time she spent with Debbie, the more she liked her. One day she'd find out why Debbie and Bliss weren't close. Chapter 4. Not long after Debbie and Cherish left, Ada and Wilma decided today was the day to visit Christina. Before they left the house, Wilma had the girls get organized to make apple butter, and she put Favor in charge of cutting apples and putting them in the dehydrator. They sold a lot of dried apples in their shop. Once they had finished those tasks, they were to start on the candied apples, another popular treat. I hope she's nice to us, Ada whispered when they knocked on Christina's door. I'm sure she will be. Wilma hoped that Christina would have forgiven her for what happened all those years ago. She hadn't forced Christina to take her advice back then, but that was how Christina was acting. How was she to know it would have taken Christina this long to have another child? Thanks be to God that he had now blessed Christina. Christina opened the door and looked at them. There was no hint of a smile on Christina's lips, so this wasn't a good start. Wilma gave a nervous cough. These are for you. Wilma handed her some red and white flowers. Wilma picked them in the heavy rain. They're from her garden. Ada added, and we have gifts for your baby. Congratulations. Yes, Wilma said. We only heard the news from the girls last night. Come in. Christina stepped back to allow them through the doorway. From that short exchange, Wilma knew that Christina wasn't ready to forgive and forget. Ada took over the conversation. Sit down and open the gifts. Okay, I do have a few minutes I can spare from my work. Christina glanced at the table she was using as a dressmaker's bench. Wilma sat down next to Ada. We won't keep you. We'll just be a moment. Open mine first. Ada got up and handed her parcel to Christina. Thank you. That's nice of you. Ada chuckled. You haven't seen it yet. It's a lovely thought. Christina untied the red bow and unwrapped the brown paper. Out tumbled a pair of white booties and a wrap. Christina looked up at Ada as she hugged the items to herself. Denka, Ada. These are the first gifts I've gotten for the baby. Maybe because you've told no one. Now open mine, Wilma said, moving forward. Christina took the gift and Wilma sat down. It's a dress. I hope you like it. It's for either a boy or a girl. Wunderbar. Just what the baby will need. Christina opened the package and held up the dress. Oh, your sewing is so lovely, Wilma. Thank you, but I'm not as good as Florence or yourself. I have had more practice since Florence left. Ada put her hand on Wilma's arm. Don't start talking about Florence again. I'm not. I just said that I've had more sewing to do since she left. You meant since she left to marry Carter. Let the bitterness go, Wilma. Florence has made her choice, and she won't unmake it. I'm not bitter. Christina stood up. Very good. Can I offer you lemonade or some tea? We can sit in the kitchen and have some refreshments. No, we don't want to keep you, said Ada. The girls said you had a big order, and were very pleased that you're doing so well with your sewing. Word must have traveled. Thank you. It keeps me busy, but I might be busy with something else soon. She put her hand over her belly. Wilma cleared her throat, stood up, and walked closer to Christina. I want to apologize for the advice that I gave you years ago. It was the advice that I myself followed, and it was the right thing for me, but yes, it was the right thing for you because you knew where your baby was. You gave him to your sister. How do you think it feels that a perfect stranger is raising mine? Christina looked over at Ada. Ada knows. I tell her everything. Not always, Ada commented. I didn't know about... Wilma shook her head. Oh, we don't need to go into that now. Christina wasn't ready to end the subject. It's something that I'll never get over. I thought you were older and wiser, and that's why I took your advice. Again, I'm sorry. I should never have offered you any advice. I just have to hope that the child comes back to find me in a few years. I'm sure that will happen, said Ada. Everyone's curious to know where they came from. Thank you for apologizing to me, Wilma. I do appreciate that. It's done now and can't be undone, so... Why don't you two start afresh? Said Ada. No more grumpy faces at each other. We could try. Christina gave the first smile since they'd arrived. Okay. Wilma was more than a little overwhelmed. When nothing went right for people, they always blamed her. All her daughters were the same. It seemed she could do nothing right. It was a heavy burden to bear, and she felt like bursting into tears. Wilma held her emotions in. She so wanted to get along with Mark's wife. Yes, let's give it a try, Wilma added. I'd like that. Christina gave Wilma a bright smile, and that washed all of Wilma's misery away. Could I have a hug? Wilma asked. Of course. Christina moved closer, and the two of them hugged. Ada moved forward and wrapped her arms around both of them. Oh, this is wunderbar, you two getting along. I never thought I'd see the day after you had your falling out. I hoped the day would come, and I believed, and I prayed about it. Wilma felt truly grateful that Christina was letting go of past hurts. She could tell she was being genuine in trying. Just then, they heard heavy rain pelting on the roof. Christina said, Listen to that. I love the rain. The women let go of their embrace, and Christina moved to look out the window. Wilma and Ada joined her. When it rains, everything looks so fresh and the air smells so clean. Ada said, The rain is washing away the past. Wilma wiped away a tear. I believe you're right, Ada. It's a sign for a new beginning. Rain brings life. Ada stood between the two and put one arm around Christina and her other arm around Wilma. And here we all are, 3 women, 3 mothers, admiring and appreciating God's gift of life. Where would we be without the rain or without God? They stood there for more than a moment, watching the rain fall from the gray sky. Meanwhile, in town, Cherish and Debbie were sheltering from the downpour. They had posted their letters, and where better to take cover than in a cafe, enjoying cake and coffee. Chapter 5. Sunday. Your meetings are so large, so many people. It's hard to get used to, but I do prefer it, Debbie told Hope as they walked from the buggy to the house where the meeting was being held. Hope asked, Am I imagining it, or do you and Bliss seem a little distant with each other? Oh, do you think so? I do. You and I get along better than you and she do, and that's funny since you two are cousins. I can't say. I do remember we had an argument when we were younger, but I don't even remember what it was about. And we didn't see each other that often when we were growing up, since we lived in 2 different communities. The family would visit every now and again, but that was all. Apart from that, I don't know. Maybe you should ask Bliss. I don't have a problem with her. No, I just thought there might be something going on. It's nothing to make a big deal over. Hope was certain there was more to it. The truth would surface in the end. It always did. I'm not thinking of Bliss right now. I'm feeling funny about seeing Peter. Debbie gave a nervous giggle. I think you're excited, not nervous. Maybe. I'm feeling something. It's nice to be this way. I haven't been so happy like this since John, since before he disappointed me. Hope wasn't sure what to say about John, so she didn't say anything. You'll be able to have a good talk with Peter after the meeting. Well, that's the problem, you see. Weeks have passed and we haven't spoken. I'm not sure why. Don't say anything to anyone about that. Hope nodded. I'll keep quiet. I hope we can talk to each other today. Make it happen, Hope said. They walked into the house and sat in the middle row on the women's side of the room. They were soon joined by Ada and Wilma. The younger women in the family always sat in the back row. A quick look over at the men's side of the room told Debbie that Peter wasn't here yet. She nervously clasped her hands in her lap. A minute later, Peter walked in. He didn't look at the women. He kept his head low and sat down on a bench on the men's side. After a while, he looked around. Their eyes met. He gave Debbie a smile. It was a lovely, genuine smile, and she knew at that moment that he still liked her. She smiled back and was the first to look away. Debbie whispered to Hope, "He smiled at me. That's great. Don't look at him again." "I won't." "That is a good sign." Then one of the ministers stood to open the meeting in prayer. Somehow, Debbie managed to concentrate on the meeting while being partially distracted by Peter. Once the meeting was over, everyone gathered outside for the meal. Most of the young children ran to play in the adjacent field, while their parents ate and had fellowship. Debbie leaned on the fence and watched the children darting about playing tag in the sunshine. She would never have been allowed to do that when she was a child. She had to sit still and be quiet. Hope walked up beside her. "Would you be all right if I find Fairfax?" "Of course, you go. You can come too if you want." "I'm fine. I'm happy here." Hope looked around. "There's Peter helping himself to the food over there. Go up and say hello." Debbie looked over at him. She wanted to speak to him, but she wanted him to approach her. "Do you think I should?" "Of course." "I don't want to put pressure on him. Do what you think is best. I'll see you later." Hope walked away to find Fairfax. The two of them spent every Sunday afternoon together. As soon as Hope left Debbie's side, Cherish came up to talk to her. Debbie was glad she wasn't standing there alone. "What are you looking at? Are you hungry? I can get you a plate of food." Cherish followed Debbie's gaze and saw she was looking at Peter White. "Thanks, but I'll eat a bit later." "Have you talked to him yet?" Cherish asked. Debbie shook her head. "We agreed to be friends, and I've barely seen anything of him since then." "He was at the last meeting, wasn't he?" "Yes, and he didn't even bother to come over and say hello." "Well, did you go over to him?" Cherish asked. "No, I didn't know. It would have been easier if he came to me." "Maybe he doesn't know how friendly you want him to be. He asked you to marry him, right?" Debbie nodded. "Only because he was being kind and noble. We like each other, but it hasn't developed into love. Love takes time. I mean, I do find him appealing in every possible way, but I don't know him very well. I think you have to know someone before you can judge whether it's love. I mean, it could be just infatuation." Cherish figured that Debbie might be too picky after she'd been burned by John. "He might not know how friendly you want him to be. Do you want him to be a friend that you just say hello to at the meetings? Or do you want him to stop by and see you at the house once a week?" "I'm not sure. It's hard to know." "You might want to figure out what you want and then let him know in some way." "I never thought of that, Cherish. You're good at this kind of thing. You're very wise." "I know that. I just wish some other people would see it." Cherish leaned on the fence and watched the children. "What kind of work does Peter do?" I'm not sure. We never talked about that. I don't even know what he was doing before he came back to the community. Come to think about it, I hardly know anything about him. I'll ask Ada. She seems to know everything about everyone. We can find out from her. Only if it comes up in conversation. Cherish grinned. That won't be hard. Don't forget what we're doing this afternoon. I haven't forgotten. We're going to see Eddie and the bees? Exactly. How embarrassing was it when my mother kept asking Eddie how a bee got into the house? Debbie pushed some loose strands of hair back under her cap. She was funny. That didn't embarrass you, did it? Everything she does embarrasses me. Cherish looked over at the food tables. We should get something to eat. Then we'll go straight from here to see Eddie. And then after that, we can have some time to relax. Debbie nodded. Okay. By the time they walked over to help themselves to the food, Peter was at the far end of the backyard, sitting with a group of people. Given that they had to eat and then leave, she'd missed her opportunity to talk with him. Chapter 6. Cherish and Debbie pulled up at Eddie's house. Hope had stayed on at the meeting with Fairfax, Bliss was somewhere with Adam, and Favor had gone with Mom and Levi while they visited people. Eddie met the two of them when they were walking toward his house. You made it. Thanks for coming. We said we'd be here, Cherish told him. We were looking forward to it, Debbie said. He clapped his hands together. Great. Let's have a look at these beehives, shall we? We'll suit up first. I don't usually wear the full garb, but I'll do it for today so I look professional. Good thing you weren't any earlier. I've just got back from a call-out to take care of a swarm. What's that? Debbie asked. It happens when there are a lot of bees, and it's not uncommon coming into the summer months. They can swarm anywhere. Today, a lady was hysterical because they were all on a branch right near her house. They reached the shed, and he handed the suits to each of them. Sometimes they create a new hive, and I've got to move it. I don't know why so many people are scared of bees. I mean, they're just bees. They pulled on the white suits over their clothes and followed Eddie out of the shed. Do you get bitten? Debbie asked him. I've been stung a few times, not lately. The bees aren't likely to sting. My bees are pretty mellow. They walked over a rise until they came to rows and rows of hives. I didn't know there'd be so many. Yes, we've got quite a few. Is it a lot of work? Debbie asked. A fair amount. We've got to keep checking the hives, keeping mold and predators away. We don't have to worry about mold if the weather stays like this. He took them up to a hive. He stood in front of it and smiled. Are you ready? Yes, I think so, Debbie said, while Cherish nodded. He opened the lid. There they are. Cherish stood back while Debbie looked closer. Wow. Look at them. He put the lid on the ground while the bees were still crawling all over the lid. Most of the bees stayed in the hive while a couple flew out. Then he pulled out one of the vertical frames and held it up. You see, this was an empty frame. See how they've started to build a comb on it? That's the honeycomb? Asked Debbie. Yes, and it's made out of beeswax. It's amazing that they're all the same size, Debbie said as she stared at the honeycombed pattern. Bees are pretty amazing creatures. He hung that frame on a hook and then took out the next frame. It was a complete honeycomb, and the bees were all over it. See how calm my bees are? They seem to be, Cherish said. None of us has ever been stung in the orchard by one of your bees. He held the frame up. They've started putting nectar in it. No eggs in this one, though. There's some pollen. Let's look for the queen. She'll be in here somewhere. He placed that frame down and picked up another. You can see eggs in the bottom of each one, and there are larvae. The queen's been laying. There are a lot more bees here now since the last time I looked. Debbie looked up at all the hives that dotted the landscape. How do you remember what you've looked at? You've got so many hives. I just do. This is my life. It's my hobby and my job. He turned the frame over. There she is. It's the queen. Cherish and Debbie leaned in for a better look. The queen had a body that seemed too large for her wings. See all the bees circling around her? They're attending to her. just like a queen would have her servants." "Amazing," Debbie commented. Cherish agreed. "I think so too." He slotted the frames back in. "You've got to keep these close together or they'll start honeycombing to connect them. Then I won't be able to pull them up and out like this." "I never knew." Cherish tried to sound more interested than she was. "The apple orchard is excellent for the bees. There are some woods, pastures, and farmlands around the place. Where there's a great diversity of farmlands for bees to forage." He looked at Cherish. "As the crow flies, your orchard is just under 1 mile away, and that's pretty near perfect for the bees." "And is it good for the bees to be in the sun like this?" "They love it. They're not going to overheat or anything." "How does the wind affect them?" "They're sheltered from the northerly wind thanks to the windbreak of trees there. The sun also helps keep away the mold. We have to avoid damp conditions, and that's why the hives are always off the ground." "Well, your honey is the best I've ever tasted." "Thank you, Debbie. Lovely of you to say so, and I totally agree. Everyone tells us that." Cherish stood there listening, but she'd heard it all before. The bees were fascinating, and she didn't mind them flying about, but it was hard to see so many at one time, crawling over each other. "So what do you think, Debbie? Do you think you'd like to try your hand at beekeeping one day?" Cherish laughed. "Are you trying to do yourself out of a job, Eddie?" "No, I just meant as a hobby. It's very rewarding." "I don't think so. I'll be busy for the next little while." "Debbie is having a baby," Cherish announced. "A baby?" "Yes. Sadly, her husband died. Anyway, she'll be staying with us for a while." "Well, congratulations on the baby, Debbie. I am sorry for the loss of your husband." "Thank you." At that moment, it struck Cherish how awful that must have been for Debbie. She'd only just decided to keep her baby, so there was celebration mixed with sadness and loss. "That's about all I've got to show you today. I'm sure you're busy and have somewhere else to be." "We do, but thanks so much for showing us the bees in the hives. I didn't see a queen bee when I was here last time." "Always a pleasure, Cherish. Anytime. Well, we should head back to the shed as soon as I get this hive back together." Cherish and Debbie stood there and watched him slot the frames back into their places. He resettled the lid on the hive, and they headed back. As they walked, Cherish asked, "So what's been happening with you lately, Eddie?" He whipped his head around. "Nothing. Why?" "No reason." "Did someone say something to you?" Cherish frowned at him. "No. About what?" He was acting awfully guilty about something. Maybe he had a girlfriend and didn't want her to know. He looked straight ahead. "Nothing." Debbie and Cherish exchanged glances. Eddie was acting very strange, much stranger than usual. Cherish shrugged it off, and when she got to the shed, she happily pulled off the white overalls and headgear. Debbie did the same. Once he was out of his gear, he took their suits from them and hung them up. "I'll walk you to your buggy. You're probably anxious to be on your way." Cherish was surprised that he didn't offer for them to go inside the house and have something to eat or drink. He hadn't even said they should say hello to his mother. Something was going on. "Yes, we should keep moving. We've got some things to do, haven't we, Debbie?" "We do. I'm way behind on my letter writing and so many other things." "That sounds like a good thing to do for a Sunday afternoon. I'll walk you to your horse and buggy." He walked with Debbie, and Cherish followed behind them. "Thanks so much for showing us your beehives. It's been a unique experience. I'll never think of bees in the same way again." "That's good. I like to be an educator. Everyone should know more about bees." He asked over his shoulder, "Don't you think so, Cherish?" "Most definitely. Everyone should." Cherish looked back at Eddie's parents' house. All the curtains were drawn. Besides Eddie's vehicle, his parents' car was in the garage. Cherish pushed it from her mind. Whatever was going on with Eddie, she was glad that his attraction to her had suddenly waned. It would have been very awkward if he'd kept telling her how much he liked her. They climbed into the buggy while Eddie watched. Then Cherish signaled the horse to move on. Eddie stood there, waving. Once they were a distance away, Cherish said, "That was weird." "What was?" "Just the way he was acting. He normally would have invited us in to eat something. Also, his mother didn't come out. She loves me. We get along great." "Why didn't you say something, like, where's your mother?" "No, I couldn't. I got the feeling something was going on." "Maybe one of his parents was sick or something." "Yes, maybe that's what it was. Well, I know they were home because I saw their car in the garage." Debbie laughed. "You notice everything." Cherish kept quiet, but stored Eddie's behavior in the back of her mind. Chapter 7. On Monday, Debbie was helping prepare the evening meal. Tonight, Ada and Samuel would be eating with them, along with Fairfax and Adam. When Mom was out of the kitchen, Hope hurried over to Debbie, who was sitting at the table peeling the vegetables. "I have to tell you something." Debbie looked up. "What is it?" "I've just heard that Peter is coming for the evening meal. Did you know that?" The breath caught in Debbie's throat while the words sank in. Peter was coming there? Tonight? Debbie shook her head. "I didn't." "That's what I thought. I heard Mom and Ada whispering about it. One of them must have invited him. I thought you should be aware." Debbie's heart pumped hard. It was awkward. She didn't even know if he wanted to see her or if he'd accepted the meal invitation to be polite. "Why would they do that and not tell me?" "I guess they thought it would be a surprise for you or something. I'm not sure." Debbie looked down at what she was wearing. "I'll have to freshen up." "You do that. I'll take over from you." "Thanks so much for telling me, Hope. I'm just peeling those and chopping them up." She pointed to the vegetables. "I can do them. Off you go." Debbie walked up the stairs, thankful that Hope had told her. She wanted to be mentally prepared to meet him as well. That was probably more important than what she wore. But it wouldn't hurt to be looking as nice as she could, and smelling good, too. Peter coming for dinner was an answer to prayer, because she'd get a chance to see where they were at with their friendship. What did he want? Why was everything so complicated? She had showered that morning, and there was definitely no time for another one, so she changed out of her clothes and put on a clean dress and apron. Then she took off her cap and proceeded to brush her hair. A knock sounded on the door. "Who is it?" Debbie asked. Cherish opened the door and stuck her head in the room. "It's me." "Come in." Cherish moved further into the room. "I can't believe what Hope just told me." "About Peter?" Cherish nodded. "Want me to brush your hair?" "That would be lovely." She handed the brush over. "What was Mom thinking?" Cherish dragged the brush through Debbie's long, dark hair. "I'm not sure. Maybe it'll be a good thing. I think we're both feeling a bit funny about things. We don't know where we stand or what the other is thinking." "I hope you find out." "Me too. Can you braid my hair?" Debbie asked. "Sure. In 2 braids, and do it tight. I just do it in 2 tight braids, and then I wind them on my head." "I can do that. That's what Aunt Dagmar used to do with her hair." "Make sure you do it tightly, or it will never fit under the cap." "I can see that. Your hair is so thick and long." Debbie touched a hand to her head. "It feels heavier now that I'm pregnant. I don't know if it's suddenly got longer or what." "Maybe. Joy said hers got longer." Cherish sectioned Debbie's hair into 2, and then she tossed the hairbrush onto the bed before she commenced braiding it. "What is Mom's plan tonight, I wonder?" "We'll probably have to wait and see. She can't have much of a plan, can she? She doesn't know Peter and I had a conversation about only wanting to be friends." Cherish sighed. "I wish I had someone in my life that could come for dinner. It would make my life more interesting. I just feel it's humdrum all the time." "There are lots of young men in your community." "There might be, but I don't like any of them." "Someone will turn up when the time is right. Anyway, you're too young to think about anything like that now." Cherish bit her lip. "Yes, but I hope you're right. because none of the boys my age seem right for me. If I don't like them now, I won't like them in a few years. I know you say don't worry, but it would be nice to have a few possibles out there that I could dream about." Debbie laughed. "Possibles? Is that what you call them?" "Not until now, but that is a good name for them. Peter is your possible." "I hope it's not too awkward at the dinner table. Will you talk if it's too quiet?" Cherish laughed. "I normally do until someone tells me to stop talking. They tell me I talk too much. Sometimes that's a good thing." "Yes, that's what I've always thought. God gave me a mouth, so I'm using it. It seems like the polite thing to do, don't you think?" Cherish came to the end of one braid. "I need a hair tie." Debbie passed one over her shoulder. Cherish secured that braid and started on the next. After Debbie had smartened herself up, she went back to the kitchen and kept working. It was a little odd to be cooking on a Monday evening in her Sunday best dress, but that was the way it had to be. It was only a little later when she heard the clip-clop of horses' hooves. Wilma walked up to her at that very moment. "I have a confession to make." Debbie looked up from setting the table. "I know. Peter is joining us for the evening meal." Wilma's eyes bugged out. "How did you know?" "I heard a whisper or two." "Do you mind?" "No, I'm pleased. I like his company. I was just a little shocked, and then I got used to the idea." "Good. Now you can go outside and greet him. He's just arrived. I'll have Favor finish up in here." "Thanks, Aunt Wilma." Debbie took off her work apron and headed out the back door to greet Peter. She reached the buggy just as he was securing his horse. He looked over and saw her. "Hello, Debbie. It's nice to see you again." "Hello, Peter. I found out just now that you were coming for dinner." "Oh, they didn't tell you?" "No, but I'm very pleased you're here." He looked down at the ground and then looked back up at her. "Me too." He sniffed the air. "Whatever is cooking smells delicious." "Thank you. I hope you like potato soup and pork chops." "I do. Pork chops are one of my favorite foods. Before we go in, I just need to tell you something. I feel like things are a bit weird between us now." He paused for a moment. "I just don't know where to take things from here. I know we agreed to be friends, but I just didn't want to come across too strong and then scare you away." Debbie relaxed a little on hearing his words. "You wouldn't scare me away." "What do you think if we see each other, say, once a fortnight? I don't work on Saturday afternoons." "I'd like that." "What if I pick you up every second Saturday afternoon?" Debbie was pleased he'd been thinking about her. Even better that he'd come up with a plan. "Okay. What would we do?" "Whatever you want to do." He gave her a smile, and that put her further at ease. Debbie glanced over her shoulder and saw Wilma staring at them from the kitchen window. "Shall we go inside?" "Sure. After you." They started walking, side by side. "Are you liking it back in the community?" "I am. It's just like I never left. I never should have, I suppose, but then I wouldn't have had all the life experiences. I'm sure that's widened my view of life and the world." "I'm sure it did. Everything we go through shapes the person we are. It's all for a reason."
I couldn't agree more. I can appreciate the community like I never did before. How can you truly value something if that's the only thing you've ever known?
Debbie drew a parallel in her mind between John and Peter. If she'd never been treated as a low priority by John, she might not have appreciated someone who treated her as though she was special. That was how she felt when Peter was around. Seeing him twice a month to explore their friendship and possible future relationship was perfect. They stepped up onto the porch. He moved in front of her to open the door, allowing her to walk inside first. Carmel rushed at him, and Peter leaned down to pat him. "This is Caramel, right?" "Yes, it's Caramel, Cherish's dog." Later, at the meal, Peter asked a question to no one in particular.
What happened to the other girl who is often here? She said she's not a proper member yet.
Oh, you mean Krystal?
That's right.
She doesn't live here. She's staying at the Miller's dairy farm,
Mom told him. Oh, that's right. She did say she was staying there.
Yes, there's a long story attached to that.
Mom looked down, almost shaking her head.
I'm sure Debbie knows about it,
said Ada. Mom nodded toward Debbie.
Debbie can tell you about it, Peter.
Levi said, I don't think it's necessary to talk about other people.
Well, he was asking about her. It won't hurt him to know what happened, especially since he's a friend of Debbie's. Debbie lives here and Krystal used to live here, Mom said.
Levi corrected her. Krystal never actually lived here. She was a guest. Wilma stared at Peter.
She lived here for many, many months, you see.
Peter nodded, seeming totally confused by all the back-and-forth talk across the table. Favor explained.
She was my pen pal. That's how she came to stay.
Peter nodded.
It's nice to have you for dinner again, Peter,
Wilma said. I'm very happy to be invited. Thank you.
You have a seat at this table anytime, and I've got an idea that we might see you around here a lot more.
Wilma grinned. Hope looked at her mother, feeling embarrassed for Debbie. Her mother was being way too obvious. Ada changed the subject.
I must say I'm excited for our trip away, Wilma.
Me too. And I'm glad you're not leaving Samuel with me as a babysitter this time. Levi chuckled. Samuel placed his soup spoon down. Don't give them any ideas. Ada might get too used to going away without me. Ada chortled.
Oh, the two of you got along wonderfully.
Yeah, they did. Wilma nodded. That's not the point, Wilma. I don't need a babysitter. I'm a grown man. Then Levi told Peter, when they went to Earl's wedding, they left Samuel here to babysit me. Samuel and Peter both chuckled. It's a shame I missed Earl's wedding. Did you all go, apart from Levi and Samuel? Peter asked.
Yes, we did. We had a great time. He married a lady who is slightly older, but they do seem to get on well together.
And that is the end of that, Levi said sharply, eyeing Wilma. Wilma shrugged her shoulders.
I wasn't going to say any more about it.
What sort of work are you doing, Peter? Adam asked. I'm just doing a bit here and there, helping out my father and some of his friends, doing a bit of farm work or whatever I can find. Are you looking for a regular job? Levi asked. I am. Do you know of one? Not at the moment, but I'll let you know if I hear of something. Thank you. Peter looked down at his food. This soup is amazing. Ada smiled at Debbie.
There is a good cook here who has surprised us, and we're enjoying her talents now that she's gotten over her morning sickness.
Yes, I haven't felt ill for some time now. Wilma scratched her chin.
We'll organize Lizzie, one of our midwives, to see you.
Debbie nodded. Thank you. It is getting closer. Favor asked,
Do you like being back in the community, Peter? Do you think you'll stay?
I will stay, and I like it very much. I probably should never have left, but it was probably good that I did. It helped me grow up a bit. After the meal, Peter stayed and sat talking with everyone in the living room. When the time came for him to leave, Debbie walked outside with him to say goodbye. As soon as they were on the porch, he turned to face her. I had a wonderful night. Thank you. Thank you for coming. I look forward to seeing you again. Good night, Debbie. Good night. She watched him walk to his buggy. With each step he took away from her, she felt like a light inside her was fading. She hoped he felt it too. Chapter 8. Several weeks had passed when 2 letters arrived at the house. Wilma hid them and waited for the evening meal to talk about them. During those weeks, the weather had grown warmer and the apples in the orchard were ripening. Harvest time was drawing closer. The shop was busy, and between the shop and the orchard duties, the girls rarely had a spare moment.
Debbie, you have mail,
Wilma told her during dessert.
A letter arrived today."
Debbie looked up from her apple pie, cream, and custard. Her morning sickness and uneasy stomach were well and truly behind her.
"For me?" "Yeah, one for you, and a letter came for Levi. I must tell you that I noticed the sender of your letter is John's parents. It said from Mr. and Mrs. Bontrager."
Debbie laid her spoon down.
"Oh, that took ages for them to write back," said Favor.
"It did," Debbie agreed. "I don't know what they'll say." Mom picked up her spoon and kept eating.
"Well, you can find out after the meal is over."
"And my letter?" asked Levi. "I'm guessing you looked at the sender of my letter, too?"
"Naturally. You have a letter from your brother, Debbie's father."
Everyone looked at Debbie. "I suppose I'll have to wait until we finish eating, too?" Levi grumbled.
"That's right."
Debbie hoped the letter to Levi wasn't requesting that she go home. She never wanted to go back there, but would Uncle Levi and Aunt Wilma allow her to stay if her parents wanted her to go home? After the dinner washing up was done and the kitchen was clean, everyone gathered in the living room while Levi read scriptures. It was something they hadn't done in a while. Tonight it was just family. There was no Fairfax or Adam, and no Samuel or Ada. While Cherish listened, she stared at the unopened letter on the small round table next to Levi's chair. Why hadn't he opened it yet? Cherish noticed Debbie was looking at the letter, too. She had to be anxious to know what her father had to say to Levi. After a while, Cherish couldn't stand it any longer. When Levi drew a breath, she asked,
"Are you going to open that letter?"
When his mouth fell open, she knew she was in trouble.
"He's reading scriptures, Cherish," Hope said.
"My, you're rude, young lady." Mom jumped to her feet, took Cherish by the arm, and led her to the stairs. "Up to your room if you're not interested in God's word."
"I am, but I'm also interested in the letter."
Mom raised her eyebrows and pressed her thin lips together. Then all she did was point upstairs. Cherish huffed. "I'm going." When she was halfway up the stairs, Mom called out, "And don't come out until morning." Cherish walked into her room and closed the door behind her. Caramel had gone to bed early and was already lying asleep at the end of her bed. He opened one eye when she entered the room, and he watched her sit heavily on the bed. Now she wouldn't even find out what was in Levi's letter or Debbie's letter until morning. What could John's parents say to Debbie, and why had it taken them so long to reply? Perhaps they didn't believe what Debbie told them. That had to be it. Poor Debbie. She'd suffered enough at the hands of John and his family. Cherish lay down on her bed. She hoped they didn't say anything horrible in that letter. Debbie was too emotional and fragile to cope with any nastiness. A couple of hours dragged by. Cherish had been so bored she'd pulled out a game of checkers and was playing against herself. It wasn't much fun doing that. She didn't know which of herselves to allow to win. When Cherish heard muffled voices and doors closing, she quickly packed up the checkers. Then she waited a moment before she got up and opened her door just a crack. Everything was in darkness, except for a glow coming from downstairs. That meant someone was still down there. She looked over at Wilma and Levi's bedroom door. It was still open. They hadn't gone to bed yet. She quietly inched outside the room and waited at the top of the stairs, listening to the muffled voices. Then she got down low and pulled herself along the top stair and looked into the living room. She got a great view of Mom and Levi, just in time to see Levi pick up the letter. "Are you going to read it now?" Mom asked. Cherish could scarcely believe her luck. Maybe he'd read it aloud. That would be even better. "Yeah, now that there are no prying ears." Mom laughed at him. Levi ripped the envelope open and unfolded the letter. Levi read it to himself, but Mom said,
"Well, what does it say? Read it to me."
"Okay, it's not good. It starts off like this. Since you've turned our daughter against us, I will no longer send you money for her upkeep.
How have we turned Debbie against them? That is the silliest thing I've ever heard.
I know, but that's what they say. They're upset.
Upset that their daughter stood on her own 2 feet and told the truth. It makes no sense. They should be pleased that we're looking after her and pleased that she told the truth.
Levi shook his head. That's my brother for you.
What else does he say?
That's about the sum of it.
Levi placed the 1-page letter down on the coffee table in front of him.
You look after our money. Do we have enough for 1 extra and a baby? Mom inquired.
Yeah, we'll make it work. We don't need Debbie to be worried about money, so best you don't mention this to her.
Mom sat back in her chair.
I won't. All you have to do is tell all the people who owe you money that you need it back.
They'll pay it back when they can. It's in God's hands. I'm not going to ask for it like some needy debt collector.
Cherish could see her mother was growing more bothered.
Joy and Isaac have been in your house longer than they said they would. If they moved out, at least you'd be getting rent from 1 house.
Isaac has discussed that with me. They're looking for a house to buy. As soon as they find one, they'll be moving out.
Wunderbar. And make sure the next lot of people going into the house are paying people. It was kind of you to allow them to stay for free.
It wasn't for free, Wilma. Isaac did a lot of work on the house. It was nearly unlivable when they moved in. It was a fair exchange. Besides, Joy is my stepdaughter, too, so she's family.
You're over-generous with others, Levi. It wasn't really a fair exchange. It was good for them and not so good for us.
Joy's your daughter. We must look after our family.
I appreciate your kindness, I do. We just don't need any more charity cases, or we'll become charity cases ourselves.
Cherish put her hand over her mouth to stop herself laughing. That comment wasn't going to go down well with Levi.
Haven't I always provided for you? He asked.
Well, yes, up until now.
Nay, Wilma. I think you should answer yes. Don't worry about the up until now bit.
It's the same thing. I just worry about not being able to make ends meet. I've been through some tough times in the past, and those times still haunt me. I can't help it. When Josiah died, I had 9 mouths to feed.
It was a rare moment Cherish's father's name was mentioned. He was usually referred to as simply he.
Come here,
Levi said, patting the arm of his chair. Wilma pouted and then walked over and sat where he'd indicated. Cherish put her hand over her eyes and then spread her fingers out a little to peep through.
Trust, Wilma. Just have faith. You'll never go hungry again. Not while I'm alive.
Wilma nodded. Then Levi took hold of her hand as Wilma leaned over and kissed his cheek. Cherish was thankful they hadn't gotten more affectionate than that. To ensure she wouldn't see something that would take years to scrub from her memory banks, she went back to bed. Debbie would feel awful when she learned that her parents were no longer paying for her board. Perhaps John's parents would send her some money, or at least help provide her with things for the baby. Now she was even more anxious to know what was in Debbie's letter. Would they accept Debbie's version of events? Just as she had her hand up to knock quietly on Debbie's door, the lights from downstairs went out. Cherish raced back to her bedroom, knowing Levi and Mom would be coming upstairs to their bedroom. She'd have to wait until tomorrow to find out about Debbie's letter. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 9. The next morning, Cherish walked into the kitchen and saw Ada and everyone else at the breakfast table. She was surprised to see Ada there so early. She was sitting up at the breakfast table sewing part of the quilt. No one ever sewed in the sewing room anymore, ever since Mom announced the room would be turned into Debbie's baby's room. For now, it had become a place to store the fabric and all the sewing implements.
"Good morning, Cherish,"
Mom said brightly. She was always happier when Ada was there.
"Morning. What's going on?"
Ada looked up at her.
"Something that's none of your business."
"It's all right. I don't mind her knowing," Debbie said.
Cherish sat down at the table, making sure she didn't look in Ada's direction. She would ignore her completely for saying that mean thing.
Debbie has a decision to make, Hope said. What is it?
They want me to live with them, Debbie said.
Who does?
John's parents. In the letter they wrote, they apologized for what happened and said they would have liked to have known. They can't work out why he kept it a secret, and they asked me if that was my decision. I don't know why they asked me that. I told them everything in the letter. I clearly stated it was all John's doing, all of it.
That's good of them to say they're sorry. They weren't to know what their son was up to.
I can't believe how he was stringing that other girl along, Cherish said. Debbie shook her head. I don't think it was like that. He didn't want to marry Mary. It was his parents. I just don't know why he was taking his time telling them.
How do you feel about living with his parents? Favor asked.
I don't want to go back there. Is that all right, Aunt Wilma?
It's perfectly fine with us. We love having you here.
Debbie was relieved to hear it.
What else did they say?
Cherish asked. They said to move back there and live with them so they can help me take care of the baby. Cherish's face screwed up.
What's the matter?
Debbie asked.
That would be awkward. You wouldn't want to live with them. What if you meet someone else, like Peter?
It will be awkward living with them, won't it? And what about that girl, Mary? Won't that be weird for her? Slowly, Debbie nodded. I haven't thought that far. Oh, don't leave us, Debbie. You only just got here. We're all looking forward to your baby, too, Hope said.
Yeah, said Ada, not looking up from her sewing. And Peter White is here, too. I sense an attraction there between the two of you. You're so happy when you come back from your time with him.
Ada then focused on Cherish.
Cherish, I'm feeling like a hot cup of tea. You look like one, too.
Ada narrowed her eyes at her. All right, sure. Cherish stood up. I'll get you one.
You would have laughed if someone else had said that to you just now.
I wouldn't, because it wasn't funny or even correct. You should have said that I don't look like a cup of hot tea. You said I did look like one. Debbie went to stand up.
What do you want, Debbie?
Cherish asked. I can get it for you. Just a glass of water, please.
Sure.
Cherish fired up the hot plate for the tea kettle. Then she got Debbie a glass of water.
Have your parents said anything to you yet, Debbie? Ada asked.
No, not lately. They wrote Levi a letter, but they haven't contacted me after I told them I was going to tell John's parents. They'd be very upset with me for that. Ada shuddered.
What else were you supposed to do? I think they're being most unreasonable.
Debbie shook her head. That's just the way they are. They have their own way of doing things. They don't like upsetting people, but it seems okay if I get upset.
I can see that, Wilma said. My mother was a little like that. She'd always make sure that everyone else was okay, but she'd ignore my needs. At the same time, she ignored her own. I figure she saw me as an extension of herself.
Ada said,
I know you're trying to be kind, Wilma, but I don't see there's a reasonable excuse for what they've put Debbie through, especially at this time in her life. She needs people to be there for her, to put her first.
Cherish was happy with what Ada said, and at the same time she was a little surprised she was being so nice.
So what do you want, a boy or a girl? Favor asked.
Debbie laughed. I'd be happy with either. I don't mind at all. I'm just happy I get to keep him.
Wilma had all girls born in this house, so perhaps you'll carry on with the tradition, Debbie, and have a girl.
Maybe. Debbie was excited. Today would be her second Saturday afternoon date with Peter. When she saw his horse and buggy outside, she said goodbye to the others and walked out to meet him. He got out of the buggy and smiled at her. I was just coming in to get you. I saved you the trouble. He took a few steps back until he was standing at his horse's head. Meet Chief. He patted Chief's neck.
In honor of our time together today, I've taken Chief out on his first official day's outing. I've been slowly getting him into good shape by taking him over short distances and building him up to longer ones.
I remember when you bought him. I expected to see him before now.
I didn't want to rush things and risk him suffering an injury. She walked over to meet the tall bay horse that Peter had bought when he'd first returned to the community.
He's lovely, and I like his name.
That's the name he's always had. I was going to change it, but I couldn't think what to change it to.
Chief's fine. It's a good name.
She moved forward and patted his neck, too. Chief turned his head just slightly, and she rubbed his nose.
He's very friendly.
I'm glad you like him.
I do, very much so.
Peter asked, "Are you ready to go?"
I am.
They both got into the buggy. She glanced at Peter, and even though he was a pleasing-looking man, there was something else about him that drew her to him. "How are you doing today?" he asked.
I'm fine.
"Are you still enjoying your stay with Levi and his family?"
Very much so. I wouldn't feel right going home now. Some decisions were made, and I was hurt so badly.
She decided to tell him a little more. There'd been so much going on that she wasn't quite sure what he knew and what he didn't know. He sighed. That so often happens with families. She felt she should open up and tell him more about her history.
After John died, I told my parents about the secret marriage. They insisted I keep quiet. When I found out I was pregnant, they didn't want to hear about it. Next thing I know, I'm told Aunt Wilma needs my help in the house, and they sent me here.
He shook his head. I don't know what to say about that.
They didn't even tell Uncle Levi or Aunt Wilma what was happening. They just wanted me out of their house, to figure it out all on my own. I know they hoped I would give my baby up for adoption and everything would go away quietly.
I can see why you're so upset. Parents are supposed to protect their child.
Exactly. And I come here, and my uncle and aunt are so lovely and kind. There's a real difference. And I like to be around these kinds of people. So it's not my home, but it feels more like home than my actual home. Does that make sense?
It does. Maybe if things work out between us, we'll make a home together.
Maybe.
She couldn't help smiling. His words pleased her. He hadn't forgotten about his proposal, and he was still interested. Oh, I shouldn't talk about those kinds of things. I don't want to scare you away. She laughed. You're not scaring me away, but we did say we'd take it slow, remember? I remember. I've been trying to do that these past weeks. Today, I thought we'd drive out to the old mill and have a look around. I haven't been out there for years. And after that, I thought we'd swing past a coffee shop and sit down for a bit. How does that sound?
It sounds wonderful.
She couldn't help comparing John with Peter. It was nice that her relationship with Peter was out in the open. Everyone knew about it, and even better, everybody approved of it.
What was it like out of the community?
I thought I was having a great time for the first 2 years, but then I got pretty lonely. I think I was trying to make myself fit in, like a square peg in a round hole. It took me a while to figure out I didn't fit in at all, and never would.
What did you do for work?
Advertising. Selling advertising. I got quite good at it, made quite a bit of money. Then I did stupid things with it and lost most of it. He chuckled.
How did you do that?
Bad investments. Things a friend of mine recommended, and then I figured out pretty quickly he wasn't a friend at all.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's all experience. Now I've come back home to have some different experiences, some better experiences.
Sounds like you've lived a full life already.
He nodded. Sometimes I feel about 50, not 30.
Oh, you're 30?
It was odd that she was only just finding out his age now, but it didn't matter how old he was. Yes, does it bother you? He glanced over at her. Am I too old?
Not at all.
He smiled at her.
Good. Chapter 10. Meanwhile, back at home, Mom and the girls were sitting down and sewing in the living room, having a break between chores. Levi sat in his usual chair, reading the paper. "I have an idea," Mom said. "What is it?" Levi asked. "Mercy and Honor are begging me to go there now, so I thought it would be a good idea if Cherish asked Fenella if she can come early." Cherish wasn't really listening, but her head whipped up when Fenella's name was mentioned. "What?" "Did you hear anything I said?" Mom glared at her. Cherish grimaced. "Not much of it. I thought you were talking to Levi." Mom patiently repeated herself. "Mercy and Honor are anxious for me to get there. Samuel and Ada have agreed to bring our leaving date forward, so we are leaving tomorrow." "So soon?" "Yes. No good waiting, and then I miss the births. I do hope I'll be back here in plenty of time for the arrival of Debbie's baby." "That would be nice," Favor agreed. "And you'll be here for the harvest," Levi added, looking up from his newspaper. Favor whined. "We're going to have a lot of extra work to do with you gone, Mom. This is the very worst time for you to leave." "Well, perhaps Cherish's friend can come a few weeks early." Cherish looked up from her sewing. "Fenella? Is that what you said before? Fenella can come early?" "Yes. She seems like a nice girl. I had a talk with Adele about her, and she said her granddaughter is a hard worker." "I can ask her." "Do that. Then it'll be an extra pair of hands. As long as you don't take the opportunity to mess about with your new friend." Mom glared at her. "No, I'd never. I know how important the harvest is. We'll work hard. I will, and so will she. Can I call Fenella now?" "I don't see why not. Just be quick about it." "I will." Cherish wasted no time getting out of the house. Fenella's mother answered the phone call. Fenella was out in the fields somewhere with her father. Her mother said she had no problem with Fenella leaving early, and she'd call back in the next day or two once they'd organized the travel arrangements. Not only that, but Fenella's mother also confirmed Fenella was staying at the apple orchard and not with her grandmother. Cherish hung up the phone's receiver, feeling pretty good. She'd have a friend, a true friend, staying right there in the house with her. She'd prepare one of the spare rooms for her. They had plenty of those. Secretly, Cherish hoped Fenella would end up sleeping in her room so they could talk all night. When Debbie got home from her afternoon out with Peter, she was elated. They'd had such a good time. They'd gone for a little walk near the mill, and when she'd slipped a little on a rock, he'd taken hold of her hand. Then they sat looking at the creek for a while. The recent rain had made the creek full, and the water was fast flowing and lapping at the banks. After that, they'd had coffee like he'd suggested, in a little cafe just out of town. The menu was fancy, but Debbie wasn't sure whether to risk anything too far from what she normally had, in case it triggered nausea. She stuck with grilled cheese, while Peter had a turkey BLT. After he'd brought her home, Debbie joined the girls who were seated, peeling the vegetables in the kitchen, while Wilma was busy rolling out pastry for more pies. They all asked how her afternoon had gone, and she told them as much as she wanted to, which wasn't much. "We're getting along great, but we've agreed not to rush things." "That's sensible," Wilma commented. The girls laughed at their mother. "What did I say that was funny? How about you marrying Dot after after the second time you met him?" "Nay, I knew him before that, so that's different. We were in the same community for years." "Don't listen to them, Debbie." "Now, there's something I must tell you, Debbie." "What's that?" "I've decided to leave for Connecticut tomorrow," Wilma announced. "That soon?" "Yes. Mercy and Honor have been at me to come sooner, so when Ada and Samuel agreed, I changed the booking with the car company. I am concerned about what will become of this place when I leave." Wilma looked around at her daughters. "I'll help as much as I can," Debbie said. "No one expects you to overexert yourself," Mom told Debbie. "I won't do that, but I'm still able to do a lot."
I'm just glad you're here. I feel safe leaving my girls in your care." "Hey, what about me?" Hope asked. "Debbie's not that much older." Mom ignored Hope and wiped her floured hands. Then she walked over to Debbie, sat beside her, and put her arm around her. "Now, you will let me know if these girls misbehave, won't you? I'll leave all the phone numbers with you. Ada's sister has a phone in her barn." Favor started to explain to Debbie, "Ada's sister is—" "I know. She's the mother of Mercy and Honor's husbands. And Ada's youngest nephew is Matthew, and he's coming here for the harvest." She looked up at Wilma. "Is that right, Aunt Wilma?" "Exactly. It's nice that someone actually listens when I talk. You might take that as an example, Cherish." Cherish kept quiet. She might listen more if Mom was as nice to her as she was to Debbie. Debbie was getting special treatment since Mom learned she was pregnant. They'd developed some kind of a bond, and Cherish couldn't help being slightly annoyed by it. Chapter 11. That evening, Hope sat on Wilma's bed watching her mother pack 2 suitcases. "We'll miss you so much, Mom." "I know, but I'm here with you girls all the time. Mercy and Honor need me now." "I know, but it would be nice if we could all go." "We can't, so there's no use even thinking about that." Mom took a dress off the hanger and carefully folded the dress and laid it in the larger suitcase. "You must be excited about going." "I am, but I do worry about you girls left alone here." "We won't be alone. Levi is here." Mama moved on to the next dress and did the same. "And I'm also worried about him. I hope you girls will look after him properly." "Of course we will." Hope pulled her legs underneath her to sit cross-legged on the bed, covering her knees with her dress. "Make sure the younger girls don't give him grief." Hope smiled at the thought. "Yes, I will. And if Cherish asks to get out of work for any reason whatsoever, say no." "I will, and I'll tell Florence to say no too if she asks her. She's only allowed to go to her job on Tuesday, and then she must come straight home to help." "I'll make sure of it." "Don't forget, washing day's on Monday." Hope nodded. "Yes, I'll make sure it's all done every Monday." Mom sighed as she rolled up her black stockings in a ball. "And look after Debbie. I do worry about her. She doesn't seem happy. She's been under a lot of pressure." "I think she's all right now. She just has to get used to being here." "I do hope so. Who would have thought she would have been pregnant?" Mom filled the suitcase with more clothing and closed the lid. "That one's done." It was a big surprise for everybody that she was pregnant. John's parents probably got the biggest surprise. "I hope she doesn't go to live with them. I'd like her to stay here." "We all want her to stay here, but we must be sure not to influence her one way or another. It has to be her decision alone. Yes, Levi's her uncle, but we have to remember that John's parents are the baby's grandparents." Hope thought about Debbie for a moment. It was nice having her around, and if she left, there'd feel like someone in the family was missing. We'll just have to wait and see what her decision is. I hope she makes it before she has the baby, because it would be dreadful if we all got attached to the baby and then she moved away. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yes, that would be awful. Mom took some more things out of her dresser drawer and arranged them in the second suitcase. "What time are you leaving?" "The car will be here at 6. The driver will pick up Ada and Samuel and then come here." Mom stopped and stared at Hope. "I do worry about things running smoothly here when I leave." "Relax, Mom. Everything will be fine. Call us when you arrive so we know you got there safely." Mom nodded. "I will if I can." Hope added, "And make sure you let us know the second each of the babies is born." "I'll do that." Hope looked up at the ceiling as she thought, "I wonder if there's any way that we can set up some kind of a loudspeaker for the phone so we can hear it better from the house." "Oh, no." Mom shook her head. "Levi wouldn't like that. He wouldn't like the sound of a ringing phone intruding into our lives." "Well, that would stop unanswered calls," Hope replied.
The people who really want to contact us will call us back." Hope pouted. "I'm not worried about them. I'm worried about missing the calls about the babies." "Don't worry, I'll keep calling. You won't miss the news." "Good. And talk them all into coming to my wedding while you're there." Mom's face lit up. "Oh, yes, I'd love that. Everybody needs to see the boys, and the new babies as well. I'll do my best to have them say they'll come." "Thanks, Mom. Do you need any help with anything else?" "No, I'm all packed now. I just have to pack a few last-minute things in the morning." Hope stood to leave the room, but then Favor came in, crying. When she sat on the bed, Hope sat down again. "What's wrong?" Favor cried some more and didn't answer. "What are you blubbering about?" Mom asked. Favor wiped away her tears. "I don't want you to go." Wilma sat down and put her arm around her. "I have to go to help your sisters. You wouldn't like them to have their babies alone, would you?" "They wouldn't be alone. They have a midwife and their husbands." "Yes, but they wouldn't have their mother. Every young woman needs her mother when she's having a baby, don't you think?" "I guess so. Couldn't I go too? There'd be room enough in the car, and I'll be a big help to them when I get there." "No, it's out of the question. You're needed here. You must stay and work. The orchard and the shop need all the help they can get. You know how busy we are. Now come on downstairs, both of you. It's fairly early, and we can do a couple of hours of work on the quilt." They all stood, and then Wilma added, "And I want you girls to keep working on the quilt while I'm gone." "We will," Hope said, "but I've also got to work on the clothes for my wedding." "You work on your wedding clothes, and tonight Favor and I will work on the quilt." Mom stared at Favor. "Now dry your eyes. Anyone would think you have a hard life. You have a much easier life than I had when I was your age." Favor sniffed. "I'm not crying because of whether I have a hard life or not. I'll just miss you. I hate it when you're away." "Everyone will look after you. Hope, you'll look after Favor, won't you?" "Of course I will." Favor pouted. "It's not the same." "Ada and I will only be gone for a few weeks. Cheer up." "They will be the saddest weeks of my life," Favor sniffed. "Think of your sisters. Think what it means to them to have me there." Favor looked down. "I know." "Okay, no more sadness." Wilma clapped her hands together. "Let's go downstairs and take our mind off anything that's troubling you by sewing. Doing something rather than nothing always makes a person feel better." Hope went to the sewing room where her half-made wedding clothes were spread out, and Wilma and Favor went downstairs. Early the next morning, Wilma left. There was a lot of crying and a lot of sad faces. Wilma cried too, and Hope was sure she saw tears in Ada's eyes as Ada sat in the car watching the goodbyes. Chapter 12. After a long and tiresome journey, the car pulled up at Ada's sister's house. After saying a quick hello to the family, Wilma got back into the car to make the short trip to Mercy and Stephen's house, where she was staying. While in the car, her thoughts drifted to how Stephen and Mercy had told them that they were only going back to River's Bend for a short time. They were supposed to come back and stay in Lancaster County. That had been the plan, but that plan had quickly changed. No more was said about that, and in River's Bend they had stayed. When the car pulled up, Wilma picked up the small bag she had carried in the car with her, and then saw Mercy standing inside the doorway of the house. Wilma could barely wait to put her arms around her daughter and catch up with all her news. The driver opened the door for Wilma. "Thanks, I could have done that myself," she muttered. The driver didn't say anything. He just went to the trunk to fetch Wilma's suitcase. Mercy came down the steps to meet her. "Mom, I thought you'd never get here." She hugged her mother while the driver placed Wilma's suitcase on the porch. "Will that be all, Mrs. Bruner?" the driver asked. "Yes, thank you." He wasted no time in getting in the car and driving away. Wilma looked down at Mercy's midsection. "Look at you! You're so large!" "I know. I feel like I'm having twins. I'm not. The midwife says there's only one heartbeat." A small figure moved in the doorway. Wilma saw it was Joseph. "There he is. How's my grandson?" "See for yourself." Wilma went closer, and the boy met her at the top of the porch steps. Wilma crouched down. "I'm your mommy." "Mommy," he mumbled. "I've had him practicing your name. He's quite good at talking now. Do you have a hug for Mommy?" Mercy asked him. The boy smiled and put his chubby arms around Wilma's neck. "This is the first time I'm being hugged by a grandchild." He then removed his arms, turned, and ran into the house. "Short and sweet," Wilma said as she stood up. Mercy looked down at the bags. "We'll leave them here. Stephen's coming home early to see you. He can move them." "Okay. Don't give Joseph too much attention or he'll stay awake. He gets stimulated very easily." Wilma nodded. "I'll do my best." They walked inside, and when Mercy closed the front door behind them, she sighed. "What's that about?" Wilma asked. "What?" "That Oh, I didn't know I did that." Mercy shrugged her shoulders. "I don't know. It's just hard being here without my family." "You have Honor and you have Stephen." "Honor's busy a lot. I guess I am too. Come on, I'll fix you something to eat." "Not necessary. Ada had us stopping nearly every hour. That's what it felt like. I could do with a drink of something cold." "I have meadow tea." "Perfect." Mercy took hold of Joseph's hand and sat him down at a small table to eat a sandwich that she'd made previously. Wilma sat down at the kitchen table and immediately noticed things weren't as clean as they could be. She hadn't raised a messy daughter or one who didn't know how to clean. Something was wrong. "Here you are." Mercy placed a glass of meadow tea down in front of her mother. "Thank you. Are you having one?" "I had something before. I have to eat little and often or I get indigestion." Wilma sipped her tea and then placed it back on the table. "What's wrong? I know something is." After a moment, Mercy admitted, "Things are hard." "And what is so hard, having just one child and one husband?" Wilma inquired. "Well, I'll tell you about the husband part of it later, but I'm so tired all the time and Joseph has such constant energy. He's nonstop on the go all the time. It's a stage he's going through. He won't be that way forever. Besides, one is nothing. You wait until you have more. Then you'll know you're alive." "Is that right? Because everyone with a lot of children says it's not so bad because the older ones help." "Is that so? How much did you help, Mercy?" "I helped a lot. All I remember doing is working and doing chores. Are you saying that I didn't do anything?" Wilma didn't want to get on the wrong side of Mercy, not when she was this far pregnant. Whenever Mercy got upset, she got into a mood and stayed that way for days. "I'm only having a little bit of a joke with you." Wilma looked down at her tea. It wasn't so good. It wasn't even sweet. Meadow tea was supposed to have a good mix of mint and sweetness. "How about you make me a cup of coffee? I don't really feel like this now." "I've kept the kettle boiling for hours. I wasn't sure when you'd be here. I thought you would be here long before now." Mercy rose to her feet and headed to make the coffee. "We had to stop for roadworks, and then Ada had to stop for breaks, and plenty of them." "That was nice of Ada and Samuel to come for the drive with you." "Yes. I don't like to get driven in the car all that way by myself." "How's everything at home?" Mercy asked. "Oh, you know what it's like. There's always something happening. Krystal came back, and she is now living with the Millers." "I heard that." "Levi's niece, Debbie, is pregnant. That's old news. I suppose you've heard that, too." "Yes, and I also heard she likes Peter White." "Ah, see? You know everything already." "Hope keeps me informed, and so does Joy." "That's good. And Florence has got everybody working hard in the orchard again." "Yes, that's what she does best. But she was one of the reasons I chose to marry when I did." "What do you mean?" "She just annoyed me. She took my place. I should have been the older sister, and because of her, I wasn't." "You're my oldest daughter. but not the oldest girl in the household, so it's only natural that Florence would assume that responsibility. You should be grateful to her. She suffered many hardships along the way for our family." "Oh, you've got a wonderful way of putting things, Mom. I couldn't wait to get married and be in charge of my own household. She stole my role from me, and now I'm more like the second daughter instead of the first." Mom was annoyed at Mercy for acting so spoiled. "Well, if that's all you have to complain about in life, you're doing pretty well." "That's nothing. I shouldn't have told you. I won't tell you anything else." "Something else is bothering you? What is it? I need to know about it. It's not anything to do with the baby, is it?" "No, this baby and I are fine, more than fine." "That is good to hear." Mercy set a cup of coffee down for her mother. "Thank you. When will Stephen be home?" "He should be here any time." Mercy sat down. Wilma wasn't sure if she should keep probing Mercy to tell her what was upsetting her. Maybe it was better if she didn't know. Wilma noticed the small table where Joseph sat. "That table looks just like the one your father made when you girls were younger. Do you remember?" "I do. I saw it on sale and I had to have it. It reminds me of home. It was second-hand, but in good condition, and Stephen painted it. Now it's as good as new." Mercy sighed again. Wilma kept quiet and sipped her coffee. "Oh, Mom, I regret moving here." Wilma looked at Mercy, surprised, and quickly recalled what had been said when they left. "Yes, but Stephen did say you'd only be here for a while, and then you'd move back, remember?" "Oh, I remember all right. Now he says he must go where the work is." "I can understand that." "Then he bought this house, so now we're stuck here." "Cheer up. At least I was able to come here. At first I didn't think I'd be able to because we're so busy. We've opened the shop this year, too. Oh, and Hope said you must come to her wedding." Mercy bit her lip. "It might be a bit difficult. I'll have the baby by then, of course, and then we won't be able to share a car with Honor and Jonathan and their children. That would be quite costly for a car there and back. A train would be too bothersome." "Yes, but when you get there, you'd stay with us, so there would be no accommodation expenses." "We don't get much money, Mom." "Going by train's not that bad. Have you ever gone on a train before?" "No." Wilma took another sip of coffee, wondering how best to comfort her daughter. "Do you have a cookie I might be able to eat?" "Oh, I'm so sorry. I baked some yesterday and a cake." "Wunderbar. Just a small piece of cake for me." Mercy cut her a piece of cake and put it on a plate, along with some cookies, and placed it in front of Wilma. "Denke." Before Mercy sat down, Joseph got up from the table. He hadn't eaten all of his sandwich. "I'll just put him in the living room with his toys. He won't sleep again until his bedtime." "I had hoped to play with him." Mercy took hold of Joseph's hand. "Don't worry, there will be plenty of time for that once you finish your coffee." While she was gone, Wilma got up and looked around the kitchen. Dust was gathered in the corners of the floor. Looking up, she saw cobwebs in the corners of the ceiling. That was something she would have never allowed to happen in her house. Then she noticed dirty dishes in the sink. No washing up had been done since breakfast. When she heard Mercy coming, she hurried back to the table. When Mercy walked into the room, she said, "Before Stephen arrives, I just need to say a few things that I can't say in front of him." Wilma leaned on her elbow. "What's that?" Mercy sat opposite. "I want to come back and live at the orchard, by myself, with my children." Mom was both shocked and horrified. She stared at Mercy to see if she really meant what she said. "Are you joking?" "No, Stephen's the one who does the jokes." "What does Stephen think about all this?" "I haven't said anything. I want him to stay here, and I will go back to live with you." "What is this madness? Can you hear what you're saying? What's made you so dissatisfied? You've got a house to live in. You're being blessed with a second child. What is the matter with you?" "Nothing. Everything." "You want to leave him forever?" Mercy nodded. "Yes." "No, you can't. I forbid you to leave him." Mercy leaned back in her chair. "That's just what I knew you'd say." Then they heard the front door open and close. Stephen walked in, and from where Wilma sat, she saw him grinning from ear to ear. "Pa! Pa!" Joseph called out. Stephen scooped him up and walked into the kitchen with Joseph in his arms. "Wilma, you got here all safe and sound." "I did. It's good to see you again." "And you. Mercy and I want to thank you for coming here to help out." "I was glad I was able to get away. I would have been awfully sad if I couldn't get here." "Excellent. I hope you don't mind, but tomorrow night Ma and Pa have arranged for a big family dinner. Honor and Jonathan will be there too." Wilma smiled. "That's wonderful. I can't wait." "This is the first time I'm hearing about it." Mercy frowned at her husband. He didn't seem to notice she wasn't pleased. "It's great when we can all get together." "I'm taking Mom to see Honor tomorrow, so what's the point of the dinner? I could have taken Mom over to see your folks after that." "Now you don't have to. Problem solved." He looked around the kitchen. "No dinner again tonight?" "Of course there'll be dinner. I just haven't gotten around to it yet." Wilma was horrified. Had Stephen gone some nights without food? "I'll be cooking tonight." "No, Mom, you only just got here." "I need to make myself useful. That's why I'm here." "Great. I love your cooking, Wilma," Stephen said. Wilma got to her feet. "You rest up in the living room, Stephen. I'll make you a nice cup of coffee, and then I'll get started on the meal." "I'm so happy you're here, Wilma." Mercy said, "Can you take Mom's things to her room?" "Sure will." Chapter 13. The next morning, things didn't improve. Wilma slept a little longer than normal and woke to hear young Joseph talking in another part of the house. She got changed and headed to the kitchen. Before she got there, she saw Mercy sitting down on the couch eating toast. Joseph was next to her with a plate of toast between his outspread legs. Wilma was shocked that there was no covering on the couch to protect it from the food or crumbs from a messy child. Mercy looked up at her. "Morning, Mom. I'll get you some breakfast." "Nay, I'm here to look after you. Sorry I slept so long. I should have been up early to cook Stephen's breakfast. I'll be up early tomorrow." "No need. Stephen makes his own." Wilma was displeased on hearing that. What had she told her girls? She taught them better than this. She walked into the kitchen ready to make herself a simple breakfast of coffee and toast, but she wasn't prepared for what she saw. In the bright morning light, she saw even more dirt on the kitchen floor. The windows looked like they hadn't been cleaned since last time she was there, and the sink was lined with a layer of grime. Wilma pulled up her sleeves, found a scrubbing brush, and started on cleaning the sink. When she was halfway through, Mercy walked in. "What are you doing? You're a guest." "I'm not a guest. I told you, I'm here to help, and that's exactly what I'm doing." "Thanks, Mom." Mercy pulled out a chair and sat down. "It'll be good to have some help around here." "It appears you needed help a long time before now." "What do you mean?" "Take a look around at this place. It's filthy. I hope you don't have visitors. Oh, no, Stephen's parents haven't been here to see the place looking like this, have they?" "They were here last week. I don't think the place is bad." "Open your eyes and you'll see how dreadful it is. There is dust in the corners of the living room and in the kitchen. Why weren't the dishes done yesterday for the whole day?" "I was tired. Leave that and get something to eat." Wilma pushed out her lips. "I'm tired every day, and that's no excuse." "I'm pregnant. That's my excuse. I do clean." "Oh, that's good to know." "Don't be sarcastic. I don't seem to need to go through my life cleaning every spare moment. I'd rather spend time with Joseph." "You had your time to play as a child when you were a child. Now you're an adult, it's time to clean. And I'm not saying don't play with your child. You've got all the time in the world to do that with only one child." "But soon I'll have a—" "Exactly. Then you'll have another and won't have as much time to play with Joseph, and he's going to miss that. It might even make him jealous of the baby.
Do you see what a project you've created for your own back by giving Joseph so much of your time? To spell it out to you, he'll come to expect it."
Mercy sighed. "You and I will never see things in the same way."
"You should listen to me. Adults know things because they've lived longer lives, and you should use my knowledge to make your life easier."
"Mom, I am an adult, if you haven't noticed. I'm a wife and a mother."
Wilma turned around and kept scrubbing. "I just don't know why Stephen hasn't said anything to you. Has he?"
Mercy's head tilted to one side. "Said anything to me about what?"
"The dirty house, of course."
Mercy pushed herself to her feet. "I'll sweep the floor in the living room. Will that make you happy?"
"It would be a start." Mercy went outside, grabbed the broom, and came back in.
Wilma felt bad for blowing up. The last thing she wanted to do was cause her daughter stress.
"Leave it. I'll do it. You sit down and relax."
The rest of the day, Wilma kept herself busy with cleaning. She didn't mind. She'd be doing the same if she was at home. Mercy didn't say another word about Stephen. Wilma hoped that would be the end of the nonsense about leaving him. In the afternoon, Wilma showered and then got ready for their family dinner with Stephen's parents. Chapter 14. Wilma rode in the buggy with Mercy and her family. She sat in the back next to Joseph and noticed his eyes closing.
"I think someone's going to sleep."
"He won't be asleep for long. He loves playing with his cousin."
"The two of them are such good friends,"
Stephen said.
"Close like cousins," Wilma chuckled.
Everyone was going to be there at the dinner. Ada and Samuel, Honor and Jonathan, and their baby Simon. Matthew, the youngest brother of Jonathan and Stephen, would be there too. When they pulled up at the house, Wilma got out, and then she heard Mercy plead with Stephen not to tell any jokes. She didn't hear his reply. Mercy was the next out of the buggy, and then Stephen lifted Joseph out. As soon as Joseph's feet hit the ground, he wasted no time running to the house. "Careful you don't trip," Mercy called after him. "Oh, dear, we didn't bring anything with us," Wilma said. She'd been so worked up about her daughter's marriage that she had forgotten common manners. "What do you mean, like food or something?" Mercy asked.
"Exactly that. I should have made a dessert."
"There's no need. Stephen's mother gets very upset if we bring anything to her house." Even though Mercy said her mother-in-law, Jessie, didn't like anyone bringing anything, Wilma still apologized for coming empty-handed. She was told it wasn't necessary, and they always had more than enough. It made Wilma feel a little better. When Wilma saw Honor, she nearly cried. She hadn't seen her in so long. The two of them hugged. Then they sat in the living room, catching up on news. Once they were all seated around the dinner table, they said their silent prayers of thanks for the food. When all had finished, the bowls of food were passed around and everyone helped themselves. Wilma was delighted to see traditional Dutch cabbage rolls among the chicken and the vegetable offerings. She hadn't had them in ages. Matthew was the first to speak.
"Jonathan, you could have married Mercy instead of Honor, and then the two eldest of the families would have married each other. Now it's a bit confusing. You're the oldest, and you married the second oldest sister, and the other way around."
His mother glared at him. "That is a very inappropriate thing to say, Matthew. You should be ashamed of yourself." Matthew's eyebrows rose.
"Yeah, but we're all family here, so what does it matter? I just thought it was funny, that's all. I didn't mean to offend anybody."
He looked around. "Is anyone offended?" When no one said anything, he said to his mother, "See? Everyone is too polite to say what they're thinking. What I want you to do is stop and think before you speak."
"I do. I did. I thought it was okay to say it.
I'm sorry if I've offended anyone who's not speaking up." He cut into his cabbage roll as though that was the end of it.
"I've got a good mind not to let you go back with your aunt when she leaves," Jessie said.
Ada chuckled.
"No need to do that. He'll fit right in with Wilma's daughters. They never think before they speak either."
Matthew said to Wilma, Aunt Ada's always saying it'd be funny if I married one of your girls, Wilma." He put his knife and fork down and rubbed his chin. "It has crossed my mind more than once, even before she said it." "I don't think I have any to spare." Wilma shook her head. "Hope's getting married at the end of the year. And then there's Bliss, Levi's daughter. She is very friendly with Adam Wengard, and I wouldn't be surprised if they marry. He's a lovely young man." Ada said, "I wasn't talking about them." "Oh, you mean Cherish and Favor? They are far too young." Samuel nodded, quietly agreeing. "They are now, but everyone gets older, right?" Matthew asked. Wilma frowned at Matthew. He was being quite pushy. "I suppose so, but that's too far away to even think about. And I don't want them to get married too quickly, or then it'll just be me and Levi in the house, and of course Debbie." Ada told everyone, "Debbie is Levi's niece. She's a young widow, and she's about to have a baby, her first. Levi and Wilma have taken them under their wings." "That's very good of you, Wilma," Jessie said. "Levi and I do what we can. She's a lovely girl. She's been a blessing to me," Wilma told them. "Sounds like everyone is lovely around your part of the world," Jonathan commented. Wilma looked across the table at him. "Why do you say that?" "Because you keep describing everybody as lovely." Wilma stared at her son-in-law. He was always disagreeable, and she didn't know what her daughter saw in him. Florence could never work it out either. "Yes, most people I know are lovely." Honor looked down, and Wilma wondered if she was embarrassed by her husband. If she wasn't, she should have been. "When is Debbie's baby due?" Ada's sister asked. "Not long after we get back. October, I believe." "You have many babies in your life at the moment, Wilma?" "I do. I had none, and now I have many." Stephen cleared his throat. "I've got a story. Once upon a time, there were 2 goats, Mr. Goat and Mrs. Goat." Wilma knew this was the start of a joke. She looked at Mercy to see a stony face. Stephen went on, "One day, Mrs. Goat came to Mr. Goat and said, 'I'm having a baby.' And you know what he said?" He looked around at everyone, and no one answered. "He said, 'Are you kidding?'" Everyone chuckled, but Stephen's father, Bert, laughed the hardest. To make matters worse, Stephen added, "You know what's funnier? Mercy didn't want me to tell any jokes tonight." Jessie laughed. "Seems you can't get away from jokes, Mercy." Mercy looked down, and her cheeks were bright red. Jessie just kept staring at her. "You don't like jokes, Mercy?" "It's just that Stephen likes to tell a lot of them, and sometimes I'm not in a joking mood." Wilma was proud of her daughter for speaking her mind clearly and concisely. Jessie smiled and said to Bert, her husband, "We must remember not to tell jokes in front of Mercy." "Please don't stop because of me. I only dislike the jokes that Stephen tells." Everybody laughed. "I get them from my father," Stephen said. "Most of them, anyway." "Mind I say one then, Mercy?" Bert asked. Mercy smiled. "Go ahead, as long as it's the only one." Bert chuckled. "No, it's okay. I'll save it." "Now I feel bad. Please tell it." "Maybe another time," he said. Wilma felt awful for Mercy. Now her whole face was red to match her cheeks. Once the jokes were put to one side, the rest of the dinner was pleasant. Wilma enjoyed the time spent with her 2 oldest daughters and their husbands' family. Chapter 15. Back at Mercy and Stephen's house later that night, Wilma was in the spare bedroom trying to sleep, and she couldn't help overhearing Stephen and Mercy's argument. They weren't yelling, but she could still hear them quite clearly. "Why did you embarrass me in front of your parents?" Mercy asked. "When?" "You told them I told you not to tell jokes." "Well, you did." "Yes, but can't you see how awful that was for me?" "Not really. I was just stating a fact." "Oh," Mercy huffed, "you have no feelings at all." "I do. Right now my feelings are hurt because you keep telling me what to say and what not to say. I should have kept my mouth shut for the whole night.
That would have been better.
Do I have to ask permission before I speak? Is that what this is coming to? You're treating me like a child, Mercy.
Stop acting like one, and I'll stop treating you like one.
Wilma blocked her ears and pulled the quilt higher over her head, while having visions of Mercy leaving Stephen and coming back to the orchard to live with them. She had to use the time she was there to make Mercy see Stephen in a different light. Make her see the Stephen she fell in love with. Yes, that was what she'd do, and she had to do it quickly. Wilma was up early the next morning to cook Stephen a decent breakfast before he went to work. Joseph was still asleep, but Mercy and Stephen had been awake for a while and were waiting for the bacon and eggs that Wilma was cooking. Finally, everything was ready, and Wilma sat down to eat with them. Now she had to start on her quest to make the pair fall back in love. It seems like only yesterday that the pair of you met and got married. Stephen cut his bacon and loaded it onto his fork. If we're reminiscing today, I do recall we got married rather quickly. Wilma seized the opportunity to add some romance to the story. You did. You both knew you were in love with each other, and here we are, some years later, with one child and another almost here. Stephen swallowed his mouthful. That's right. Wilma looked around the room, ignoring the dust that escaped her notice the day before, along with the occasional cobweb. And look at this lovely house you have. The children will love to grow up here with their cousins so close. Stephen glanced over at Mercy. You don't have much to say. I don't feel like talking right now, she said. He persisted. You're not normally so quiet. Mercy looked up at him. I haven't been able to get a word in. That's Mom's fault, he said. I guess she's been talking too much again. Wilma smiled. I'll try to behave myself. It's not Mom. It's you and your silly jokes when I even asked you not to say them. He put his knife and fork down. Your mother likes them. Mercy narrowed her eyes. But I don't. His eyebrows rose. Seems there's not much of anything that you do like these days. Wilma looked down at her food and kept eating. Now she was embarrassed and wished she was anywhere else but here. When she felt Stephen was about to say something else, she was sure Mercy would snap again. She had no choice but to intervene. Mercy is very tired. It happens in late pregnancy. I know she's been tired. He breathed out heavily. Why don't you go back to bed after breakfast, Mercy? I can look after everything. Thanks, but I want to see you as much as possible. You're not here for long. Don't say I didn't offer. Thank you, Mercy said, looking back down at her food. Everyone continued to eat in silence. Then Stephen thanked Wilma for making the meal, said goodbye to everyone, and left for work. Wilma cleared the dishes off the table while Mercy went to get Joseph out of bed. Wilma turned on the water to do the washing up. She was annoyed with Mercy because she wasn't even trying to be nice to her own husband. As soon as she got a chance, she would have a good talk with her. Chapter 16. Back at the apple orchard, it was another rainy day. It was raining too heavily to work in the orchard, so everyone got a day off, except for Favor and Bliss, who were scheduled to work at the shop. The rest of the girls were in the living room sewing the quilt, and Levi was out with the horses. What will you do, Debbie? Will you go and live with John's family? Cherish asked. Debbie looked up from sewing. They're a very wealthy family. I know they'd provide my baby and me with everything we'd ever need. Now that I'm on my own, I've got to be practical and think of things like that. I know. It's not as though you've got a paying job. Debbie kept sewing. I've never had one of those. I just used to stay home and help Ma in the house while Pa worked. It's such a hard decision to make. I wrote back to them and said I'd think about it. I still don't know what to do. I love it here. Everyone's been so kind to me. That's good. So they should be, Cherish commented. I just wonder what they'll say when they write back to me.
You don't know how blessed you all are, having all these sisters and with so many people around all the time. It was very lonely back home, being an only child. John has brothers, but I have nothing in common with them. It might be different if he'd had sisters." "That's settled, then. Stay here," Hope said. The corners of Debbie's lips turned upward just slightly. "But they were so happy about me having John's baby. They kept going on and on about it. Their letter was about 7 pages long. It kind of made me feel like I owe it to them. I mean, they've lost John and everything." Cherish bit her lip to stop herself saying something mean about John. John, who had been keeping quiet about the marriage. John, who had put other people's feelings above his own wife's. The same John who had been allowing another woman to think he was going to marry her while he was secretly married to Debbie. Hope said, "You've lost John too, and you deserve to choose where you want to live. Make the best choice for you and your baby. Haven't you spent enough time trying to make others happy?" "I guess, but I get so much pleasure from seeing other people happy." Cherish stared at her. She couldn't relate to that at all. Debbie was so similar to Bliss. It was clear they were cousins because they had the same kind and gentle nature. "What about Peter White? Surely he's enough to make you want to stay?" Debbie blinked a few times. "I thought you didn't like him, Cherish. You told him to leave one time when he came to see me." "Only because he made you cry. He hasn't done that lately, so he could be acceptable if you really like him. If you like him, then I'll like him." "I know I cried, but it wasn't his fault." "Would you marry him if he asked you again sometime in the future?" Debbie shrugged her shoulders. "I can't say. We'll have to know each other a lot better than we do now. I do like him a lot." "And he likes you, so isn't that worth sticking around for? You've got to wait and see what happens. He could be the one," Cherish said. Debbie looked into the distance. "I do have a lot to consider." "We'd all love you to stay," Hope said. "All of us," Hope repeated. "Thank you. That means a lot." Cherish said, "John's parents can visit the baby. They can stay here when they want to see him." "I don't think they do much traveling. They're fairly busy all the time with their farm. It's the largest in Willow Valley." "I wonder how Mary Smith feels now." "Cherish!" Hope snapped, seeming horrified. "It's okay, Hope. Cherish can say what she wants. I don't mind." Debbie faced Cherish. John's mother said in the letter that she told Mary herself and that Mary understood. She had a lot of questions, and Mrs. Bontrager answered them the best she could. "That might be why it took them a long time to write back. They wanted to talk with Mary," Cherish suggested. "Maybe. I do feel sad for her. It would almost be like John had been taken away from her again. After he died, Mary would have seen it as her future husband dying. Now he was someone else's husband who'd died. That should have made her feel better, but it could have made her feel worse. He'd deceived her just like he did his parents. If it had been me, it would have made me feel dreadful." "I just need to ask one more thing." Cherish looked over at Hope. "Don't yell at me, Hope." "Go on," Debbie said. "What is it?" "Did you know that everyone thought John and Mary would marry?" "Yes, but I thought it was just a thing from childhood and nothing to take seriously. I never even saw them together unless it was at some community thing, and even that was rare. He'd never even taken her on a buggy ride. It was both sets of parents who wanted them to marry, and I guess Mary herself was pretty keen on the idea." "Now I feel a bit sad for Mary Smith," Cherish said. "Yeah, me too. I don't know how I'll explain all that to my baby when he asks about his father." "Tell him something else. Something nice." "Listen to yourself, Cherish." Cherish stared at Hope. "I'm just expressing myself. I'm sorry for the kid, okay? It won't hurt to hear something nice about his father instead of something awful." When Cherish saw how sad Debbie looked, she wished she could take back her hastily spoken words. "Sorry, Debbie. I didn't mean it to sound like that." Out of the corner of Cherish's eye, she saw Hope shaking her head at her.
Cherish stood up. I guess it's time to clean Timmy's cage. Hope said, You've got that right, and clear away the seeds. They're all over the floor again. Cherish was upset over being bossed about, but there was no use complaining. With so many older sisters, she ought to be used to it. Later that day in River's Bend, Wilma finally got a chance to talk with Mercy when Joseph went down for his afternoon nap. Once Mercy came out of Joseph's room, Wilma beckoned to her and then patted the seat on the couch next to her. Confusion spread over Mercy's face, and she walked over and sat down. Why are you looking so serious? Because I can see I arrived just in time. In time for what? In time to save your husband from growing to resent you. Mercy rolled her eyes. You would take his side. I wish you'd see what things are truly like for me. Mom continued, determined to get her point across. This is serious. It's your marriage we're talking about. You married way too young, but you were determined to do it. Now you must make it work. You didn't put much thought into who you were marrying, but you are blessed that God has given you such a good husband. Don't ruin things by thoughts of leaving him. I've never heard anything sillier. I'm not silly. Oh, yes, you are. Stephen loves you, and I know you love him. You're just being awful to him. You're being crotchety and unbelievably mean. Mercy didn't even look at her mother. You saw how he was last night. He embarrassed me by telling everyone I asked him not to joke. To make it worse, he mocked me by telling a joke. He doesn't care about me. She turned slightly to face her mother. Maybe you should be talking to him. Maybe I should bang both of your heads together to knock some sense into each of you. Mercy huffed. You have everything a woman could want. You have a darling little boy, a roof over your head, a loving husband, food in the cupboard, and nothing in the world to worry about. God has blessed you. You must see that. And you're having another puppy. Stephen just annoys me sometimes. You're spoiled. Mercy's mouth fell open. I'm not. You are. I feel sorry for Stephen that you don't appreciate him. Tell me some things you like about him. Mercy breathed out heavily. Do we have to do this? Yes. Tell me. Well, he's a great father. Tell me how he is as a husband. I like that he always makes sure I have everything I need. He's always concerned about me. He's a hard worker and never takes a day off. I like that he's so looking forward to this baby. That makes me feel happy, and we mostly get along together well. And if I've had an off day and haven't got a meal ready, he'll do the cooking, and he won't mind at all. See? That's a lot of good traits right there. In fact, he sounds pretty perfect to me. I guess so, but you haven't asked me about the awful bits yet. If all the man does is tell a few bad jokes, so what? Laugh at them. Pretend you enjoy them, like he pretends he doesn't mind cooking after a hard day on the farm. Mercy looked downward. I didn't think of it like that. Mom patted Mercy's knee. Think about it while I heat us up some soup. Chapter 17. 2 days later, Cherish paced up and down on the porch, waiting. Fenella had been due to arrive at 4 o'clock, and now it was 5 minutes past 5. Then, at last, she saw a white car in the distance. It wasn't a car full of people coming to buy goods at the shop, because it was after trading hours. It's a car! It's a car! Cherish yelled. Bliss and Favor ran outside and joined her on the porch. Is it her? Bliss asked. I hope so. It must be. When the vehicle got closer, Cherish ran out in front of it before it stopped. Fenella jumped out of the car, and the two girls ran to each other and hugged. Fenella was just as Cherish remembered her, the smattering of freckles over her face and the mischievous green eyes. Cherish knew they'd have so much fun. 2 peas in a pod, Bliss commented. It seems so, Favor agreed. Bliss said, I'm so happy she has a friend to stay at the house.
She was always envious of you and Krystal. Now she has a special friend like that of her own. I do miss Krystal being here. I've hardly heard from her. I thought I'd see her a lot more since she's been in the community, but I think the Millers have her working very hard. Well, that was the idea of it, wasn't it? Bliss asked. I guess so. The driver pulled out 2 bags from the trunk and took them to the house. At that moment, Levi walked out. Bliss took the bags from the driver before her father offered. "Hello, Fenella," Levi called out. "How do you do, Mr. Baker?" "It's Bruner," Favor and Bliss said at the same time. "I'm sorry, I just thought since Cherish's last name, he's my stepfather. Remember I told you?" "Oh, that's right. I'm so sorry. What a dreadful error to make. I'm not making a good start."
Levi chuckled. "Since I live at the Baker apple orchard, it's not the first time I've been called Mr. Baker, and I'm sure it won't be the last." Bliss and Favor volunteered to take her bags up to her room while Cherish got her something to eat in the kitchen. Seeing the girls had everything under control, Levi settled back on the chair to read his paper. "Everyone seems so friendly. Where's everyone else?" Fenella asked. "Hope and Fairfax will be back for the evening meal, and then Adam will be here too. Adam is Bliss's boyfriend, right?" "That's it. It'll take me a while to remember everyone. Ada and Samuel are often here for dinner. They've gone up to Connecticut with Mom." "I know. I do remember some things. Anyway, what's the latest gossip?" "First, are you hungry, or can you wait for dinner?" "I am a little hungry. What have you got?" "Anything that contains apples that you could ever want. Or you could have a chocolate cookie. I'll get you a glass of milk and some cookies." "Thanks, that would be perfect." After Cherish placed milk and a cookie in front of her friend, she said, "It's not really much, but what's happening around here? You've always got something going on." Fenella looked around the room, taking it all in. "Ada is trying to match one of us with her nephew. He's coming back here for the harvest." "And what's he like?" Cherish grinned. "I'll let you decide that for yourself." Fenella picked up her milk and took a swallow. "Like that is it?" "Yeah, sure is." "That is disappointing." "I know. His name's Matthew, and just because 2 of his brothers married 2 of my sisters, he thinks that's a sign that he should follow that pattern. I guess it would be pretty convenient and a bit cute." Cherish shrugged. "It's anything but cute. I think Ada's thinking about Favor for him. It's a long-term plan." "And what about Krystal? What's the latest with her?" "She's still here. I don't see much of her except at the meetings. She's staying at the Miller's farm. I'm surprised she's still here." "Why's that?" "I don't know. I don't think she's got anywhere else to go. She's not really here for the right reasons, in my opinion. I still don't trust her, but I keep my opinions to myself." "At least she's here. That gives her a chance to hear about God some more." Fenella stood and headed over to look at Timmy. She made whistling noises. "Yes, I suppose that's true." Fenella whistled some more and got down level with Timmy. "And if you don't get along with her, then it's a good thing you're not seeing much of her." "Exactly." Cherish heard scratching at the door. Fenella stood up and turned around. "What's that noise?" "That's Caramel. If Mom were here now, she wouldn't be happy about that. She hates the door being scratched. It was only repainted last year." Cherish got up and opened the back door for Caramel. He charged straight past her and went to Fenella and started sniffing around her. "Cute dog." She leaned down and patted him, and Caramel tried to lick her face. "I think so. He sleeps in my room every night." "You're lucky. Is he your very own?" "That's right. I don't have to share him with anyone. How's everyone at your place?" Fenella stood and walked over to the table and sat down. "Just the same as ever. What is there to do around here?" "Well, we've got the harvest happening soon, and leading up to it, there's always lots to do. I have to get out there every day and pick up all the windfall apples so they don't rot on the ground and encourage worms and pests. We use them. They don't go to waste. Nothing really goes to waste around here.
And then we have opened the shop, so I'll make sure we both work in the shop at the same time. That will be fun. Oh, yes, I passed the shop on the way up the driveway. But I mean, what is there to do for fun? Suddenly, Cherish was worried. She'd never told Fenella there would be anything fun to do, did she? Nothing much, but I can try to think of something. How long can you stay? I don't think I have to be back at any particular time. My folks like me to stay here because I can keep an eye on Granny. Oh, we'll have to visit her soon, too. Is that all right? Yes, we can do that. Once they finished the milk and cookies, Cherish said, I'll show you to your room. Fenella's face lit up. I have my very own room? You sure do. Come on. They headed out of the kitchen and up the stairs. Then Cherish pushed the door open. This is it. My bedroom is right next door. You could always share my room if you want. Fenella stepped into the room. Why would I want to share when I have my very own bedroom? She spun around in a circle and then let herself fall back onto the bed with her arms spread wide. Wow, I can't believe this is so comfortable, and it's a double bed. Cherish was a little disappointed that Fenella didn't want to share. Now they wouldn't be able to talk all night. I'm glad you like it. I don't like it. I love it. She suddenly sat up and spied the 2 suitcases. Help me put my things away? Sure. Fenella got up and opened a suitcase and tipped everything out onto the bed. Just do this, and then we can sort everything out. Your house is so nice, so much better than mine. It has to be big because 9 children were living here once. We all had our own room. Dot made sure of it. What's it like having a stepfather? He's all right, I suppose. I didn't think so at first, but we've grown used to each other. He's pretty good. He seems okay. I hope you like it here at the orchard. It's gotta be better than home. I love getting away. It doesn't happen very often. I can't wait to explore the orchard. Where have you been besides your grandmother's? That's about all. We have gone to a few weddings and funerals, but they were never too far from home. A few hours' drive, and then we turned around and came back again on the same day. Being driven in a car, you mean? Cherish asked. Yes, they were never overnight stays. We used to travel when I was younger. My father loved to go far and wide looking for rare species of apple trees. He collected a few. I don't know if they're still here or if Florence has taken them. Speaking of Florence, she said she knows you. I do know her. I first met her at my grandmother's. Are you sure it'll be all right with everyone if we go see Granny? Cherish was a bit nervous about asking if she could have time off to see Fenella's grandmother. Everyone always said she took off too much time. I'm sure it will be okay, and then we'll have a lot of work to do in the shop and in the orchard. Then 1 day a week I'll be working at the coffee shop. You'll be without me on Tuesdays. That's fine. Your grandmother can always come here to visit. She doesn't have a horse and buggy anymore. Oh, I didn't think of that. We could come and we could pick her up for the day and bring her over. She'd love that. Although, won't she be bored if we're working in the orchard? Cherish suggested, we could bring her here when it's our turn to work in the shop. We can bring a comfortable chair into the shop and she can sit down. I think she'd enjoy that, seeing everyone coming and going. She would be bored staying home alone all the time, wouldn't you think? Yes, Cherish nodded. That would be pretty boring if you didn't have anything to do. She's too old to do much anymore. The ladies from the community do everything for her. They come and clean and make her the odd meal. I didn't know. How old is she? Nearly 92. That is old. I didn't think she was that old. Aren't you too young to have a grandmother that old? My father was the youngest of 15 children, and my parents are fairly old, older than everyone else's parents, it seems. Everyone was shocked when my little brother came along. Cherish thought about her own parents. My mother is fairly young for a mother, but my father was much older than she was. He'd been married before. Eleanor was his first wife. She died and left Dot with... So Florence was from his first marriage, along with Earl and Mark? That's right. I still haven't met Mark.
I've probably seen him at the meetings on one of my visits here and didn't know who he was. You'll meet Mark and Christina soon enough. Christina's found out she's pregnant after many years of not being able to have a baby. That would be exciting for her. Vanilla continued passing dresses to Cherish to hang up. How can you fit so many clothes into those 2 suitcases? I'm a good packer. I put the big things in first and then roll up the other things and squish them into the spaces. Cherish laughed. I just throw everything in most of the time. You can't do that. It takes up too much room. I'll show you how I do it when I pack to go home. Don't even think about that. You only just got here. Besides, I'm a good packer when I try.
Chapter 18. Back in Connecticut, in the small Amish settlement of River's Bend, Wilma had spent another day trying to talk sense into Mercy and make her see she was married to a wonderful man. Mercy finally agreed to make an effort to see the good in her husband after Wilma told her some horrific stories that she'd heard about other people's husbands. Mercy admitted that Stephen wasn't so bad. Wilma had found out what Stephen's favorite meal was, and by the time he came home, a roast chicken and roasted vegetables were in the oven. That would get him in the best mood possible. Exactly at 5:30, Stephen walked into the mudroom and cleaned up. Then he walked into the kitchen. I can smell something nice. Mercy was sitting down at the table with a glass of tea. Mom is making your favorite. Thank you, Wilma. You should visit more often. Wilma laughed. Sit down and I'll get you something. The meal won't be ready for another hour. He sat next to Mercy. I'll have a coffee, thank you. Black with 1 sugar. Mercy asked, How's your day been? Just the same. What about you? Any twinges or pains yet? A few little ones. I still think this baby will come early. Wilma placed the coffee down and sat opposite. Hearing his father, Joseph ran into the room squealing. Stephen lifted him onto his knee. Now, careful you don't knock my coffee. It's hot. Wilma looked at Mercy, and then Mercy looked up and caught her eye. Wilma gave her a nod, and Mercy tried out her newfound niceness. Are you getting more excited about the baby? I couldn't be more excited if I tried. It was the best day of my life when Joseph was born. Wilma noticed tears welling in his eyes. Mercy noticed, too. I'd like twins one day, Stephen said. It'd be a double blessing. Mercy laughed. I'm not having twins. I keep saying that. You might as well tell Mom why you want twins. He grinned. That's a joke, though. Do you really want me to say it? Mercy nodded. Go ahead. Stephen looked over at Wilma. I'd like twins because I want to call the firstborn twin Pete, and then I'd call the second one Repeat. Wilma pushed out her lips. Pete and Repeat. What if they were girls? Mercy put her hand over her mouth and giggled. Oh, Mom, that is a good one. Mercy looked at her husband. You didn't think of that, did you? Oh, don't do this to me, Wilma. He stroked his beard. I've got it. If they were girls, I'd call them Kate and Duplicate. Wilma couldn't help but laugh. I have to say, you're very funny. I don't know how you come up with these things. And I don't know how my wife keeps making delicious meals. Thank you, Mercy, for all you do to look after me. Her face flushed red and she looked down. Mom is making the meal tonight. I know she is, but you also make special meals often. And thank you, Wilma. You can come here any time you want. Call me Mom. I keep telling you that, Stephen. Thank you, Mom. That's better. As far as Wilma was concerned, there was nothing wrong with Stephen. She hoped that Mercy would be a little more patient. That night, there were no raised voices, and Wilma didn't need to hide her head under the covers. The next morning, after Stephen left for work, Mercy announced, I think I'm having contractions. She leaned against the kitchen countertop. Wilma chewed on her toast some more and then swallowed. You can't be. That will make you 2 weeks early. That's why I wanted you here. I thought I might be early. Wilma jumped to her feet.
Where is the number of the midwife?"
Relax, Mom. You can finish your breakfast.
Just hand me over all the numbers. I know you've written out a list. Where is it? And I'll get Stephen to come home."
I don't want him to come home for nothing. The birth will probably take ages.
"Just give me that list," Wilma insisted, her hand thrust toward her daughter.
Mercy opened the top drawer and handed over the list.
"I won't be long. Don't have the baby before I get back here."
Relax, there's plenty of time. Wilma walked up the road to a public phone. She was grateful that she hadn't forgotten to bring the coins. The first call she made was to the midwife. The next call was to Stephen's mother so she could get word to him. And then the final call was to Honor. She knew both Ada and Honor would come over. Perhaps they'd take Joseph back to Stephen's mother's house to look after him. When Wilma got back, she found Mercy leaning forward against the kitchen table.
"Those contractions have got a little stronger all of a sudden, haven't they?"
Mercy groaned.
"Just a little. I think you'll find that your mother is right about some things."
"That's possibly true," Mercy managed to say. Half an hour later, Stephen came rushing through the door. "I'm here, Mercy. I hope you haven't started without me."
"No, she hasn't," Wilma said.
"Are we having the baby in the bedroom or the living room like we did last time?" "I don't know. Wherever I end up at the time." He nodded. "I can deal with that." Right now, Mercy didn't seem so irritated by Stephen, and Wilma hoped what she had said to Mercy had flipped a switch. Wilma left them alone and walked outside. She saw a buggy in the distance and made a guess that it was either Ada or Honor. It had to be one of them. When the buggy drew closer, she saw it was both of them. Ada was driving and Honor was in the front seat with her. Wilma walked over to meet them once the buggy stopped. She helped Honor step down. "How is she?" Honor asked.
"She's okay, just in the early stages. You haven't missed anything."
"I was supposed to have my baby first. This is totally unfair." Wilma was relieved to see Honor was smiling, so she knew her daughter was joking.
"For a minute, I thought I was back home with all the squabbling girls."
Ada said,
"Let's not talk about them. We have to concentrate on Mercy. That's why we're here."
"Is the midwife here?"
"Not yet. She should be here soon. I'm sure she's doing everything she can to get here quickly. Do you think I should call her again, Honor?"
"No, because she'll be on her way." When they walked into the house, Mercy came out of the kitchen with Stephen and stopped as she stared at everyone.
"Are there too many people here?" Ada asked. "I can go if you like."
"I don't mind at all. I'm just looking for Abigail. I'm sure she'll be here soon."
"Don't worry. If she doesn't come, I'll catch the baby," Stephen said.
Wilma held her breath as Mercy looked at him. "Yes, you might have to," Mercy answered. 2 hours and several cups of hot tea later, there was still no sign of the midwife. "Call her again, Mom," Honor urged.
"Okay. I suggested that a long time ago, but no one thought I should."
Ada put her hand on Wilma's shoulder.
"I'll go with you."
Wilma shook her head.
"No, you stay, just in case she gives birth."
"I'm not going to give birth. You're all scaring me. Stop it," Mercy wailed.
"Well, you are going to give birth eventually," Wilma told her.
"Yes, but not before the midwife comes. That's what I mean by people scaring me. Ada, you go with Mom." Ada and Wilma headed out the door. Before they even got to the driveway, the midwife pulled up in her buggy. "How is she?"
"What kept you?" Wilma asked.
"A tree fell down and the road was blocked. A farmer had to pull down his fence for me, and I was able to get the buggy through. I'm so sorry I'm late. What's happening?"
"Not much at the moment, except the contractions are more regular."
Ada said, "Just hurry.
She's nervous that you're not there."
The midwife continued toward the house. While the midwife was examining Mercy in the bedroom, Ada suggested that she take Joseph back to her sister's house. Stephen agreed that it would be best. "I'll go with you, Aunt Ada, in case you don't remember the way."
"Wait," Ada said. "Where was the tree down?"
"It's okay. Abigail came from the south. My mother's place is north of here," Stephen said.
"Good."
Ada gave a nod. Just checking. I didn't want to be waiting on the road for hours for someone to move the tree. I do remember the way, but I would be glad for the company, and I don't think we'll miss anything. I'll go get him, Stephen said. After Ada and Honor left with Joseph, the midwife and Mercy came out of the room. I don't think we're going to have to wait too long, the midwife announced. I knew I was right. Mercy looked around. Where are Honor and Ada? They took Joseph to Stephen's mother's place. Oh, and no one thought to ask me? Wilma put her hand over her mouth. Did you want him to be here? Not especially, but still I should have been asked. I'm sorry, I said they could do that, Stephen said. Mercy nodded. Well, that's okay then. Everything should be how you want it, Mom said. We're not here to try and take over. We are only here to help. I know that, Mom. Sorry that I'm feeling a bit irritable. Stephen made a face, and Wilma was glad that Mercy didn't see it. His face said that Mercy was irritable most of the time. It was only an hour later that Mercy was pushing. She ended up in the living room, leaning over the couch, while the midwife moved plenty of towels underneath her. Stephen sat beside her, saying encouraging things. Mercy hadn't said anything for the past hour due to the intensity of the contractions. Half an hour later, the baby was born. It was a boy. Just seconds later, Honor and Ada walked into the house from taking Joseph to his grandparents' house. The newborn baby chose that moment to let out his first yell. Wilma looked up and said, "It's a boy." At that moment, Honor let out a yelp. "My water's just broke. I'm sorry, it's gone all over your floor." Mercy now had her baby in her arms and was staring at him. She hadn't heard a word that anyone had said. It didn't seem she'd even heard what Honor said. Wilma was too busy looking at the new baby to respond. "What a beautiful baby," Wilma said. "Normally they're all wrinkly, but this one is just perfect." "Yes, he's beautiful." Stephen kissed Mercy on her forehead. "Thank you." Wilma moved away, wanting to give Mercy and Stephen a private moment with the baby. Honor and Ada joined Wilma on the porch. "So you might be having your baby on this very day too, Honor," Ada said. "I know. How do you feel?" Mom asked. "I'm okay at the moment." A couple of minutes later, they were joined by the midwife. "It's the hormones, Honor. Your body heard the baby cry and decided it was time for you to have your baby." "That'll do it every time," Ada said. "Well, I'm glad. I'm fed up with being pregnant." "Are you having your baby here or not?" Ada asked. "No, I must go home. That's where I'm giving birth." "It's a busy day," Wilma said. "That's what happens when you have 6 girls, Wilma. You get babies." Wilma smiled. "I'm starting to find that out." Chapter 19. As darkness fell over Honor and Jonathan's house, the cries of another newborn rang out. The midwife allowed Wilma to pass the baby to Honor, while Ada tried her best to keep their first child quiet in the other room. She wasn't doing a very good job of it, because the first sound the baby heard was the sound of his big brother crying. "It's another boy," Honor said. "He's so lovely." She cradled him against her chest. "You have 2 boys, and Mercy has 2 boys. It must be the climate here." Mom leaned over to get a good look at the newborn. "There are a lot of boys in our family," answered Jonathan. "Our mother had 3. Wilma was desperate to hold the baby, but she'd have to wait. "I'll leave you 2 alone, and I'll see how Ada is getting along. It sounds like she needs rescuing." "Thanks, Wilma," Jonathan said as Mom walked out of the bedroom. After she washed up, she headed to Thomas's room. "Thank you, Wilma. I'm glad you're here. Careful, he's found out he can kick." Wilma laughed. Nothing could bother her today. She'd just got 2 more grandchildren. They've just had a baby boy. Ada straightened up and smiled. "How wunderbar." Then Thomas kicked Ada in the shins. "Oh, you little... That hurt."
Wilma took hold of Thomas's arm.
"That's not very nice." "I'm not nice," he said.
Wilma managed to move out of the way before she got kicked as well. She'd seen him drawing his foot back to deliver a kick. "Congratulations, Wilma. You're catching up to me with the grandchildren.
How many is this now?" 6, and soon to be 7 when Mark's baby is born.
Thomas broke away from her and started tossing his pillow around.
"What's the matter with him?" Wilma asked.
"I think he wants his mother."
"Did you try filling him up with cookies to distract him?
Anything to keep him quiet for a moment."
"I should have thought of that,"
Ada muttered under her breath.
"I want a cookie."
Thomas stamped his foot.
"Come along, then."
Wilma held out a hand, and the little boy put his chubby hand in hers. Wilma smiled over her shoulder at Ada, who was shaking her head.
"Well, he knows who his grandmother is."
Ada followed them into the kitchen.
"I can't wait to see the baby." "I'm just giving them a quiet moment together." "Yes, that's always best. Why don't you go back to Mercy's place, and I'll stay here with Honor tonight?"
"Would you? I was wondering how I would split myself in two."
"Of course I will. I'll do anything I can to help out.
I'll just have to get this little boy to get used to me." "Why don't you hand him the cookies?"
"Good idea."
Ada started opening the kitchen cupboards.
"Where do I find the plates?"
"You won't need one. Here's the cookie jar. Take 2 cookies and put one of them in each hand."
"Okay, if you don't mind the mess."
"I don't mind because you'll be the one cleaning it up." Wilma laughed, but Ada didn't appear to be listening. She had her attention taken up with Thomas.
Ada told him, "Sit on your chair, and then you can have your cookies."
He sat down and put his hand out for the cookies.
"Please?" "Aren't you a good boy? Here they are."
She placed them in his hands.
"Thank you. You've got such good manners."
Ada collapsed onto one of the kitchen chairs. "I'll sleep well tonight. It's been an emotionally draining day."
"It sure has. And it's been a momentous day. Oh, Ada, I haven't even told them back home."
"You haven't had a chance."
"Where can I find a phone?" Wilma asked. "They have a phone in the barn." "Who does?" "There's one right here in the barn." "That's right, I remember that now. You look after things here, and I'll make a phone call to home. Everyone will be so excited."
Chapter 20. The next day, Hope was excited after the news that she was an aunt again. Hearing her 2 older sisters had given birth made her feel warm and fuzzy. Next year, she might be holding her very own baby. The nesting instinct must have kicked in, because after her orchard chores, she headed to Fairfax's cottage and had another look through. Yes, it was still blue, everything and everywhere. She dared not hurt his feelings by asking him to change anything, but she wasn't sure how she could live with all that blue. The only things that weren't blue were the kitchen sink and the ceiling. She didn't know how to tell him that it was too much without hurting his feelings. Since it was early afternoon and looked like it was about to rain again, she thought she better check the mail. Their latest mail delivery man had a dreadful habit of leaving things half in and half out of the box. It wasn't good when there was so much rain about. She walked past the house and down the driveway. When she approached the mailbox, she saw something sticking out. She opened the box wide to see there was only one letter, hardly any excuse for not having put it fully inside. On pulling it out, she saw it was for Debbie. She couldn't help herself from looking at the back of it to see who had sent it. The sender was Mary Smith. Hope swallowed hard, hoping it wasn't an awful response from Mary. Mary had thought she was going to marry John and hadn't known that John was already in a secret marriage to Debbie. Everything was so tangled. Hope and everyone else felt sorry for Mary, but what did Mary have to say? She could have been very bitter, but there was nothing else for it. Hope had to give the letter to Debbie. Hope headed back to the house, thinking it would have been a different scenario if Cherish had gotten the letter. Cherish would have opened it to check if it was a nice letter, but that wasn't the right way to do things.
Hope pushed that thought from her mind as she walked through the front door. She found Debbie in the kitchen alone, chopping the vegetables for their evening meal. "I've got a letter for you." Debbie looked up. "For me?" "Yes, and I couldn't help seeing that it's from Mary Smith." Debbie's eyes grew wide. "Really?" "Yes." "I wonder what she's got to say." Debbie bit her lip. "There's only one way to find out." Hope handed the letter over. Debbie wiped her hands on her work apron and then opened the letter. Hope pulled out a chair and sat down opposite, watching every little nuance of Debbie's facial expressions as she read the letter. She didn't seem too horrified. When Debbie came to the end, she looked up at Hope. "What did she say?" "She apologized to me and said she feels very awful. She had no idea. She says her parents were pushing her to marry him and she wasn't in love with him. Mary was just going along with it. But that means that he never told her." "You knew that, didn't you?" "I was hoping there would be something to redeem him in my thoughts." "Don't be too harsh. We've all gone along with what other people wanted against our better judgment." The blue house flashed through Hope's mind. John was going along with his parents, and she was going along with hers. "But that's not it, because he wasn't going along with his parents, remember? He married me, then he hid it." "Well, he must have been so in love with you that he went against his parents' wishes. Imagine that." Debbie's gaze dropped to the pile of carrots in front of her. "I suppose so. He was desperately in love with you, otherwise he wouldn't have married you, and he never intended to keep it a secret forever. How could he?" "I know. I just can't help being mad. Mad at him for leaving me alone. Mad at him for doing what he did. I'm just mad at him for everything." "At least he didn't paint your whole house blue." Debbie looked over at her. "Pardon me?" "Fairfax painted everything in his cottage blue. And I mean everything. We're going to live there after we're married. The furniture and everything is covered with a thick layer of paint, just because he found out I like blue. Is that insane or what?" Debbie laughed. "I think that's sweet." "Well, if you think that, I'll have to take you over there and show you, and then you see how sweet you think it is. I'll take a blue house over keeping me a secret any day." "Well, at least it's out in the open now, and Mary Smith's not too badly upset." "Yes, you're right." Debbie folded the letter and put it back in the envelope. "I'm pleased about that. Even though Mary and I never really got along, I never like to see anybody upset. I'm glad she's not heartbroken. And the good thing is you're having a baby, and now you don't have to give him away." Debbie put her hands over her increasing belly. "That's something I'm very happy about. Thanks so much for helping me, Hope. Your whole family has been wonderful to me. I feel a bit scared about the future, but I'm trusting that everything will work out well. And your family has given me that faith and that trust that I'd lost somewhere along the way." "I think God's given that to you." Debbie nodded. "I think you're right." Chapter 21. Fenella thrust open the door of her grandmother's house. "Granny, where are you?" Cherish walked in behind her. She'd taken advantage of the threatening wet weather to drive Fenella to visit her grandmother's house. Her grandmother came out of a room and walked toward her. "Fenella, here you are, finally. Your mother said you were coming to stay with the Bakers at the apple orchard. I'm glad you got her letter." "Yes, but you could have written to me and told me. You're old enough to do that now, or can't you write?" "No, I can write, but I thought there was no use both of us writing." Fenella greeted her grandmother with a kiss. "You never write, and I wish you would." "Okay, I'll start writing to you." Adele pushed out her lips. "No point if you're here now." Fenella pulled Cherish forward. "Say hello to Cherish." Adele Schultz looked her up and down. "Hello, Cherish." "Good morning, Mrs. Schultz." "How are you today?" Adele asked.
Good, thank you. And how are you?"
Adele placed a finger on her chin.
"Let's see now. I'm nearly 90.
Fenella put her hand on her grandmother's shoulder and said clearly,
"No, Granny," she said, "how are you?"
Adele's mouth opened, and then her mouth slowly closed.
"Oh, my hearing's not what it used to be. Do you really want to know how I am, Cherish?"
Cherish nodded and spoke a little louder than she had before.
"Yes, I do. I'm a little upset today."
"Why is that?" Fenella asked.
"I have a new chair that somebody gave me. It's a wunderbar chair, or at least that's what I first thought. It converts to a bed, but it's not very stable when it's folded out. My no-good dog jumped on the end of it, and we both toppled over onto the floor."
Cherish gasped when she envisioned the old lady falling.
"Granny, are you all right?" Fenella asked. "I'm fine, but the wall is not. Once I got to my feet, the whole chair sprang back, and now I have a hole in the wall." "And is the dog okay?" asked Cherish.
Adele frowned at Cherish.
"The dog's fine, but I was so angry with him, I put him outside, and there he shall stay."
"Perhaps we can fix the wall for you," Cherish suggested. A smile lit up Adele's face.
"I do have the same paint somewhere." "We can do it, can't we, Fenella?"
"I guess so, if you know how to do it. Can we have a look and see how bad it is?" Adele led them over to the side of the room, pushing the troublesome piece of furniture aside.
"This is the culprit, and there's the damage it did."
"That's not so bad. We can fix this. Do you have some plaster? I've seen Levi do it before when a visitor dented the wall. He mixed something with water and then mixed it up good and put it in the dent."
"It's only a tiny dent," said Fenella.
"Even paint might cover it over enough."
"No, I need it fixed properly, and I don't have what you're talking about, Cherish."
"I can get you some at home and bring it back."
"Would you?"
Adele asked.
"Yes." "Well, there's no hurry. You don't have to do it today or anything. As long as you do it in the next couple of weeks, that would be good. I try to keep the place nice. It's hard with being on my own."
"Yes, we can. We can patch the hole and then come back the next day to paint it when it's dry."
"Wonderful. Now I don't feel so bad."
Adele looked at Fenella.
"Are you staying with me at all?"
"I didn't plan to. I want to stay with the Bakers so I can help them with the apple orchard. Wilma is gone and they need help."
"And Debbie is pregnant," Cherish added.
Adele looked at her.
"Debbie is pregnant? The young girl you have staying with you?"
"That's right. She was married, but he died. It's a long story."
"Well, it can't be that long of a story since she's so young."
"She is fairly young to be a widow. It's quite sad."
"It's sad becoming a widow no matter what age you are."
"I'm sure it is. I didn't mean to say it's any easier when you're older."
"Well, it's not, because you've known that person for longer. How long were they married?"
"A few months, not long."
"She's got plenty of time to rebuild her life and even find another husband. Would you girls like cake?"
Cherish's face lit up.
"Oh, yes, please." "While I'm getting that ready, perhaps you could look in the kitchen cupboard, Cherish. I might have some of that white powder you're looking for. My sons help out with the repairs when they're here, and everything goes into that cupboard. Mind you, it's not the same cupboard where I keep the food."
They all walked into the kitchen. Cherish went through the cupboard, with Fenella looking over her shoulder.
"Have you found anything yet?"
Adele asked.
"Not yet.
I'll get some from home. We're bound to have something. Then I'll be back as soon as I get some time off."
"Denka, you're a good girl."
Cherish and Fenella stayed for another hour, but then they had to go home to help with the evening meal. Chapter 22. The next day, Cherish and Fenella had been scheduled to work at the shop. Cherish was still elated by the news of her 2 new nephews, but her mood came crashing down when she saw Krystal. She couldn't believe it when she saw Mrs. Miller arrive with Krystal. Cherish whispered to Fenella, "I can't believe this. The first customer of the day, and it has to be Krystal. That's the girl you told me about who pretended she was someone else? That's right. We don't get along, but I'm trying. You might like her, but you probably won't. I'll just take her as I find her. If she's nice to me, I'll be nice to her. Although my mother tells me I should be nice to everyone. It's not always easy." "It's not, especially when the person does horrible, sneaky things. And the lady she's with is Mrs. Miller." "Part of the host family?" Fenella asked. "That's right. She's nice enough." Mrs. Miller walked through the door first. "Hello, Cherish."
"Good morning, Mrs. Miller. And Krystal. You both haven't met Fenella yet. This is Fenella."
"Are you Adele's granddaughter?"
"That's right."
"I have met you before."
"Yes, I remember you, too." "I haven't met you before."
Krystal stared at Fenella.
"I've heard about you, Krystal,"
Fenella said.
"Oh, I guess you would have heard about me, because I stayed here at the orchard for quite a while."
Mrs. Miller added, "And we were delighted when Krystal came back to stay permanently."
"Are you looking for something in particular?" Cherish asked.
Mrs. Miller was quick to say, "Mr. Miller has requested some apple strudel, and no one makes them like the Baker family," he said.
"Oh, we'll have the apple strudels in tomorrow. We do have apple pies, if that will work as a substitute."
"Nay, I'll be back tomorrow then. He'll have to wait for his strudel. I'll just grab a few things while I'm here." Mrs. Miller picked up a basket and started filling it with an assortment of items.
"Are you staying here, Fenella?"
Krystal asked.
"That's right. I'm here to help with the harvest." "Oh, yes, the harvest is always a fun time. A lot of hard work, but a lot of fun," Krystal said. "I've never been to an apple harvest before. This'll be my first time. Cherish tells me you're staying at the dairy farm." "That's right."
"Are you liking it?" Krystal glanced over at Mrs. Miller.
"I'm loving it."
Cherish didn't know if that was true or not, but it was hard to tell with Krystal. Then there was an awkward silence, so Cherish knew she had to fill it.
"I met Fenella when we went to Earl's wedding. At the time, I didn't know her grandmother lived close by." "Oh, yes, Earl's wedding. I so wanted to go to that." "Why couldn't you go?" Fenella asked.
Mrs. Miller looked up. "She couldn't go because she had just come to live with us, so she couldn't leave so soon. The bishop wants her to get experience living with a family, and you can't always get to do what you want. You don't have the freedom like when you're out in the Englisher world." Krystal made a face.
"I'm starting to learn that." "I wouldn't know. I've never been out in the English world." "Are you going to go on a Rumspringa?" Krystal asked Fenella. "No, I've never felt the need. I wouldn't be brave enough to go by myself. Unless—"
Fenella looked at Cherish.
"Unless, what do you think, Cherish, in a few years, we go on our Rumspringa together?"
Cherish frowned.
"There's too much to do. And then I've got my farm to think about. As soon as I'm old enough, I want to be there." "Oh, yes, I forgot about your farm."
Krystal laughed.
"You're sounding like Florence, Cherish. What happened to the lazy girl who was always trying to get out of chores?"
Cherish's mouth dropped open. She was so rude, and to say that in front of Fenella and Mrs. Miller was even worse.
"I was never like that." "Yes, you were. Your mother used to complain about you all the time."
"Now, Krystal, you don't want to say things like that. You shouldn't be talking about things behind people's back, criticizing them and gossiping."
"No, this is not like that, Mrs. Miller."
Krystal looked over at Mrs. Miller's stony face and then sighed.
"I'm sorry. I won't do it again."
Cherish had to bite the inside of her lip to stop herself from laughing.
"Cherish, I've been meaning to tell Florence, but I never see her, so I'll tell you. I've had some ideas to attract more people to your orchard." "What are they? Are they the same ideas you've had before?" "Some of them are. I was thinking you could have things for children to do, like have an animal petting farm with baby animals.
That sounds like a lot of work.
And face painting. Kids love their faces painted. Other places in the area do similar things.
Cherish nodded. Thanks for thinking of things. I'll pass that along to Florence.
Please do. I still think tours are a good idea.
I think Florence is going to do that soon, but this year we're only having the school children again.
Oh, you could even have pony rides. Bring the kids and the parents will follow.
Cherish nodded again to pretend she was interested.
It sounds like a great idea, but I don't know how practical that will be. Levi will love the ponies. I remember how he loves horses.
Mrs. Miller put an armful of produce on the counter. That'll be all for now, and I'll come back tomorrow for the apple.
It was the strudel,
Krystal told her. Ah, yes, the apple strudel. I'll be back for 2 of those tomorrow.
We'll have them ready for you,
Fenella said, while Cherish added up the items. Before Mrs. Miller and Krystal left, Cherish proudly told them the news about the brand new babies in the family. Chapter 23. Wilma stayed on for 3 more weeks after the babies were born, and then Ada, Samuel, and Wilma came back, bringing Matthew with them. Wilma felt she'd done a good job with Mercy and Stephen in regard to their relationship. Mercy had taken her aside before she left and thanked her for helping her to think differently about her husband. Wilma had told her she'd have to keep working on it, and Mercy had agreed to do just that. Only time would tell how that would pan out. When the car arrived at the Baker apple orchard, everyone watched from the porch as they got out of the car. Matthew got out and stretched his arms over his head. Cherish had to look twice. Was that Matthew? He was so much taller, and he looked so much more grown up. Matthew helped Samuel get the bags out of the trunk while Mom and Ada greeted everyone. Cherish was anxious to hear the news. Mom directed the men to leave the suitcases just inside the door. As Matthew walked past the girls, he grinned at them, saying hello. Once he'd put the bags down, he stepped back on the porch and walked up to Debbie. "Debbie, is it?" "Yes, and you're Matthew. I've heard so much about you." He swiped a hand through the air. "Don't believe a word of it." Everyone laughed. "Look at you, Favor, and Cherish. You've grown taller." "So have you," Favor replied. "Maybe just a little." "He's grown quite a bit. We're all tall in our family. Matthew will be no different," Ada told everyone. Caramel didn't want to be left out and came up to sniff Matthew. Matthew looked down. "Ah, Caramel. Still around, I see." "Why wouldn't he be?" Cherish asked. He looked up at her. "Dogs only live so long." "He's still only young." "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend." Ada put an arm around Matthew's shoulder. "Don't mind Cherish. She's easily offended." Cherish opened her mouth to say something back, but by that time everyone had moved into the house. Everyone except Debbie. "You don't like him?" Debbie whispered. "He's okay, I guess, if you take away the irritating parts of his personality, but if you do that, there'd be nothing left." Debbie smiled. "He can't be that bad." "Oh, yes, he can." "Let's join them and hear about their trip." "Okay." Hope and Bliss made everyone refreshments while they sat in the living room and listened to Wilma and Ada talk about the babies and what they did while they were in River's Bend. "What were the births like?" asked Cherish. Levi shook his head. "That's a conversation you young ladies can have with your mother and Ada by yourselves." Samuel nodded, and Matthew laughed. "Yeah, something I don't even want to think about." "Your time will come, Matthew," Ada told him. "My future wife's time will come, not mine." "That's what I meant. Then you'll have to think about it." "I will then, but not now." Levi grunted. "Let's move this conversation along. Tell us all something else about the babies, Wilma." "I don't know that I can tell you much more than you already know.
Mercy's baby wasn't a good sleeper for the first few nights, and Honor's baby was far more placid, but who knows if they'll stay that way. If I had more time with them, I'd be able to better understand their personalities. They do have their own natures right from the start, you know?
Ada patted Wilma's hand.
Now you'll have Debbie's baby to help raise.
Wilma's face lit up.
I am looking forward to that.
Cherish was surprised and looked at Debbie. Did her mother think she was going to help raise Debbie's baby? And what exactly did she mean by that? All Debbie did was smile. Did staying at the house give Wilma the right to say how Debbie's baby would be raised? No one else said anything, so Cherish thought she might have been overreacting. She couldn't ask Debbie what she thought about Wilma's comment because she didn't want Debbie to have something else to worry about.
What did the babies look like?
Bliss asked.
Ada said, Mercy's baby is bald and larger than Honor's. Honor's baby has dark hair and lots of it.
Hey, does everyone know what the names are yet? Matthew asked.
Have they made a final decision yet?
Hope said. Matthew looked at Wilma and Ada. Can I tell them? Both ladies nodded. Matthew's face beamed. Honor and Jonathan have called their baby Matthew after me. Only difference being their Matthew will only have one T.
That's so lovely, Hope said.
He continued, Mercy and Stephen's baby is John. Just plain old John. It's a common name. Everyone looked at Debbie. John was the name of her late husband. Matthew noticed them looking at Debbie. Am I missing something here? No one likes that name, is that it? Neither did I, but what are you going to do? I guess Stephen thought it was a way of naming the baby after Jonathan, our brother.
Ada said, It's just something you don't know about. Someone else was called John.
Like I said, it's a common name.
It's my late husband's name,
Debbie told him, and then she looked around at everyone.
It's okay, I'm fine. I'll be hearing that name a lot, and it's okay. I'm not going to fall apart every time I hear it.
I'm so sorry, Debbie, Matthew said. I didn't know.
It's fine, and thank you.
Ada cleared her throat.
And if you want to call your baby John, Debbie, that will be fine too. No one will mind.
Why would anyone mind? Favor asked.
I mean with Mercy and Stephen having called their baby that.
Debbie shook her head.
I won't be naming my baby John.
Not if it's a girl. Matthew laughed. Favor and Bliss laughed along with him.
What else can you tell us?
Favor asked her mother.
There's not much to tell. I wasn't there long enough. It was so sad to leave them, and you should see their older boys. We would if we could, Cherish said. Did you tell them they'd have to come and visit?
Favor butted in.
Are they coming for Hope's wedding?
They said they'd try to get here, Ada said.
Do we have a meal organized? Wilma asked. We do. Are you hungry?
We sure are, said Samuel.
Let's all move to the kitchen then, and we can eat now, Hope said.
Everyone agreed and headed to the large dining area that adjoined the kitchen. Chapter 24. It was Sunday, the day of rest, so no work would be done. It was the second Sunday of the month, too, so there was no meeting that day. Everyone needed that rest, too, because Florence had declared the next day as the official beginning of the harvest. Cherish had taken Fenella to spend the day with her grandmother. When Samuel, Ada's husband, had heard that Adele's house needed repairs, he said he'd do them after the apple harvest if she could wait that long. Cherish knew that would make Adele happy, and it had. When Cherish arrived back to the house alone, the first thing she saw was Samuel and Ada's buggy. She hoped Ada had brought some of her delightful chocolate cookies because she felt like one or two of them right now. That would cheer her up from the thought of being without her good friend for the day. Once she tended to the horse and buggy, she headed into the house. Everything was strangely silent. She walked past Hope and Mom in the living room and headed into the kitchen and was met with Ada. Her face was grimmer than usual. Then she noticed something was different. Ada was staring at her, sympathetically. Then she noticed Fairfax was standing there, staring at her as well. What was going on? Then Cherish saw the bird cage to one side of Ada. The door was open, and Cherish ran to the cage. It didn't take long to figure out what had happened. Ada wrung her hands. "I'm sorry, Cherish. I was cleaning the cage out, and then—" "He got out? Outside?" Cherish shrieked. "Yes." Ada nodded as her eyes filled with tears. Fairfax walked toward her. "I'm sorry, Cherish. He flew past me before I knew what was happening." Cherish ran out the door, pushing Fairfax aside as she did so. Once she was outside, she spun in a circle with her face up to the sky, looking everywhere. He was nowhere in sight. Her stomach churned into knots. She took a few steps backward and stared at the roof, and then looked around at all the nearby trees. There wasn't a sign of her budgie. "Here, Timmy!" She called a few times and whistled. Then she stopped and waited. There was no sign of him. Not a sighting, not even a sound. "Timmy!" she whistled. "Here, boy! Here, boy! Timmy! Timmy!" She whistled again, looking for any small movement. Her stomach churned and her heart filled with fear. Timmy wouldn't survive in the wild. Everyone rushed outside. Word had spread to the whole family. "We'll help you look," said Ada. Cherish didn't know if that was a good thing or a bad thing. It was possible everyone would drive him away, but maybe with all these sets of eyes, someone might spot him in a tree. "Okay, everyone spread out. I don't think he would have gone too far." Later that day, Cherish was walking up and down the rows of apple trees, looking and whistling. Ada caught up with her. "I know I've often said the bird should be free and allowed to fly around, but I hope you don't think I let him out deliberately, do you?" "No, I don't think you'd do that. But you've got to understand he's never been outside. He's only ever been in the cage or loose in the house. This will be so foreign to him, and birds are so territorial." "Other birds, you mean?" "Yes, they will chase him away. He'll have no one, and he won't know how to get food." "I'm so sorry, Cherish." Now she felt bad that Ada felt so bad. "It was an accident. It's not your fault." "We'll keep looking. I'm sure he'll fly back." "Denka, Ada." "And so will Samuel. 2 sets of eyes are better than 1. Cherish nodded, but still she didn't hold out much hope. With Timmy gone, it was another link to Aunt Dagmar that was gone. She'd loved Timmy so much. In Cherish's mind, she heard Aunt Dagmar speaking to Timmy every morning. She'd say, "Who's a pretty boy? Timmy. Timmy's a pretty boy." Then Aunt Dagmar would whistle to him. At night, too, she tried to teach him to talk, but he never did. He'd only recently started saying some words. Aunt Dagmar would have been so thrilled to hear it. Chapter 25. Cherish was more worried when it started to get dark. She'd asked Levi to fetch Fenella from her grandmother's house because she wanted to keep looking for Timmy. Matthew walked into the orchard and found her. "Cherish, your mother wants you to come in now." She looked up to see Matthew. All she wanted to do was keep looking. "I'll come in when I find him." "But it's dark. How would you see him? If he was that close by, he would have come to you by now." Cherish couldn't hold in the tears any longer. They trickled down her cheeks as fast as she wiped them away. Looking for Timmy was doing something, and doing something had pushed the feelings of helplessness away. Matthew walked a few steps closer. "Don't be upset. He'll probably be on your windowsill in the morning." "No, he won't. You're just saying that to make me come inside." "If he's not, he'll probably be at another house. He's used to people, right?" Cherish nodded. "Yes." "I'll tell you what. I'll go around all the houses in the area tomorrow morning and ask if anyone's seen him. I'll tell them that the Baker apple orchard is missing a blue budgie, so they'll know where to come if they find him." There aren't that many houses around here. Would you really do that? I don't think Timmy will go too far."
"Of course I'll do that. I'll make an early start. You just tell me which direction to head in."
She swallowed hard, feeling a little better. "Thank you."
"Come on, there's nothing more you can do tonight."
Cherish walked back to the house with him. "If only Ada hadn't tried to clean the cage. I'd already cleaned it."
"She meant well."
"She always means well, but sometimes it would have been better if she didn't mean well. I'm sorry, I know she's your aunt and everything, but—"
"Don't worry. Family can be annoying sometimes, but we can't do without them."
"Sometimes I'd like to try. Why didn't she stay away longer?"
He chuckled. "That's extreme. You haven't changed, Cherish."
"I never said I had."
"That's true, but I thought— Well, most people change when they get older. I know I have. I'm far more tolerant of people."
He looked over at her as they walked.
"Don't worry. I don't think you've lost Timmy. He'll be back."
Cherish appreciated him being so confident. It did make her feel a little bit better. She walked into the house to see everyone sitting at the table waiting for her. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize it was so late." Fenella had saved her a chair, and she sat down next to her. "He was nowhere." Fenella said, "I'll help you look tomorrow. It was too dark when I got back."
"As well as giving thanks for food, tonight we can have a special prayer for Timmy to find his way back home," Levi said.
"Thank you," Cherish said.
Everyone closed their eyes for their silent prayer. Once they'd finished, Caramel appeared at Cherish's side and started pawing at her.
"Caramel knows something's not right."
Cherish looked around, and there was something different.
"Where's Timmy's cage?"
Mom said, "I've moved it away so it wouldn't upset you."
"It upsets me more because it's not here. It's like you don't expect him to come back."
"I'll put it back," Hope said as she got to her feet. Ada was being very quiet as she placed some food on her plate. "Stephen sent me some jokes he wanted me to tell you all, but—" "No," Mom said. "No one is in that kind of mood tonight." "I'm sorry," Ada told Cherish.
"It's okay, Ada. I know it was an accident." Why did she have to decide to clean the cage? She'd never done that before, not once. That night in her room, Cherish had cried until she could cry no more. Her window was open in case Timmy flew back home, but how would he know where her window was? He'd never been outside before, so he wouldn't know. And how would he know what their house looked like from outside unless he looked back when he flew away? If he'd just died a natural death and she'd found him in the cage, she wouldn't be so sad, because she would have known his time had come. What haunted her were the horrors that were out there for him. Angry birds was what she worried about. Larger birds, hawks and owls, predatory birds. And he was only used to getting fed from a small bowl and getting water from his dish. Yes, he had instincts, but how far would they carry a domestic bird? Cherish left her bed and kneeled down by the window and stuck her head out. "Timmy?" She spoke softly so she wouldn't wake anyone and be told off for it in the morning. She whistled quietly, the way she would normally whistle to him. There was no response. She stuck her head out as far as she could, closed her eyes, and listened. In the distance, a low hum of a generator could be heard, and a dog barked. Then an owl hooted. That was all. She opened her eyes. There was nothing out there she wanted to hear. No, Timmy. Cherish had never felt more helpless. She closed her eyes and prayed Timmy would return. Even though she tried to have faith, it felt useless. There were so many people coming tomorrow for the harvest, she feared he'd be scared away forever. She grabbed her blankets and pillow and settled down on the floor right where she was and closed her eyes. She'd sleep right by the window so she would hear Timmy if he happened to fly back during the night or early in the morning. Chapter 26. The next day was officially the first day of harvest. In addition to their community friends and helpers who freely volunteered their services, this year Florence had also organized paid workers. Everyone gathered at 8 in the morning in front of the barn. Florence gave them a final briefing about how to pick the apples and what to discard, as well as how to place them in the bins to avoid bruising. Her briefing would take a good half hour. Cherish stood there next to Fenella. Wilma and Ada, along with Levi, were in the house, busily organizing the food for the much-anticipated cookout that night. They were having char-grilled burgers, chicken sandwiches, BBQ sandwiches, hot dogs, coleslaw, and corn on the cob. Cherish was in the mood for none of it, and she knew she'd feel the same tonight if Timmy wasn't home. Bliss noticed how glum Cherish looked and came up beside her, with Adam not far behind. Cherish saw them approaching. She had to keep her voice down because Florence was still talking to everyone. "Bliss, where is Timmy? Where did he sleep last night?" Tears came to Cherish's eyes again. Fenella put her head on Cherish's shoulder and hung onto her arm, trying to comfort her. "I'm sure he'll be all right," Adam told her. "You wouldn't say that if one of your rabbits was missing." Bliss put her arm around her. "He's only trying to help, Cherish." Cherish sniffed. "I know. I just feel so awful. I'm sorry, Adam." "We'll help you look after the day's work is done," he offered. "Thank you." Bliss added, "And we'll keep an eye out for him all the time we're working." "Dinka. I'll help right up until I go to Granny's tonight. She wants me to sleep over there. She says she misses me, but I'll make an excuse if you want me to stay." "No, it's okay. Best to keep her happy. Thanks anyway." After Florence finished her speech, she asked them all to be on the lookout for Timmy. Then all the workers hurried into the orchard, some carrying ladders. The bins and baskets were already situated throughout the orchard. There was a buzz of excitement in the air. Cherish and Fenella joined the crowd. Cherish knew she wouldn't be seeing Timmy today, not with all this noise going on. The day dragged on, and when the sun started sinking in the sky, Cherish was even more depressed. Not one of the workers had spotted Timmy. To make things worse, Fenella left for the night when the bishop's wife came over to pick her up to take Fenella back to her grandmother's house. Now Cherish felt so alone. She kept away from the noise of the cookout and was pleased no one would miss her. Tonight, no one would be nagging at her to go inside. The cookout would go on until 9 that night, or even 10. Cherish stayed in the orchard. With all the noise coming from the cookout, she intended to walk to the other end. "Hey," Bliss called out. She turned upon hearing Bliss's voice. Naturally, Bliss was with Adam. Cherish walked over to them, hoping they wouldn't forget they'd said they'd help find Timmy. Adam asked, "What do you want us to do? How about we get a flashlight, get away from this crowd, and go into the orchard? We could split up so we don't frighten him. I've got 2 flashlights in the buggy." "We have 3 in the barn," Bliss said. Cherish nodded. She had been too churned up to realize she'd need a flashlight. "Would you do that?" She looked at the 2 of them, and they nodded. "What's up?" Matthew said as he walked over. They told him what was going on, and Matthew said he'd help too. He stayed with Cherish while Bliss and Adam went back to get the flashlights. Cherish glanced at the noisy crowd near the house. "Mom insisted this go ahead when she knew it would keep Timmy away." "Parents are so insensitive sometimes," Matthew said, "but I guess it was already arranged and the workers were looking forward to it." Cherish pouted. "She said we do it every year, and yeah, I can understand that, but what would it matter if it was delayed a couple of days?" He tipped his hat forward and scratched the back of his head. "Dunno." Cherish huffed. "It wouldn't matter, not at all." Bliss and Adam came back with 4 flashlights, and Bliss handed one to Cherish. "What's the plan?" Matthew asked as he accepted a flashlight from Adam. Cherish shook her head. "I guess we head into the orchard. Adam and Bliss, you 2 go far left and work your way down, and Matthew and I will go far right and work our way back to the middle and then come back here." "What will we do if we find him?"
Should we take a cage or something, or a burlap sack? Bliss asked. If you see him in a tree, whistle. I'll find you and I'll get him.
Whistling might scare him away, Adam suggested.
So would throwing a burlap sack over him. Let's just see if we can find him first, and then we'll figure out what to do. I know he'd come to me. Okay, we'll do what you say, Cherish. We'll whistle.
Bliss grabbed Adam's arm and went in one direction, while Cherish and Matthew headed in the other. They headed between the first row of trees.
Just walk real slow and keep shining the light up in the trees.
Will do.
Timmy! Timmy!
There was no answer. I've got a feeling you'll get him back.
Yeah, well, I can't go on feelings. I live in reality.
You gotta have hope, Cherish.
I've got hope and faith and all of that.
He shone the light in her face. You're not sounding like that to me. She raised her hand and pushed the flashlight away.
Stop it. Keep looking in the trees, and if you must talk, talk about something other than your stupid feelings.
Hey, I'm out here helping you, aren't I? I could be eating buttery corn on the cob right now.
I'm sorry. I just can't help being like this. I'm worried about Timmy.
I can understand that. I'll forgive you this time. She huffed.
Thanks. I am grateful.
Good to know. I want you to get your pet back. They walked in silence for a few more strides, while he kept shining the light up and down the trees on his side, and she did the same on hers. This apple-picking business is mighty rewarding. Cherish frowned.
Are you being paid?
He laughed. No, of course not. I offered to come and help. I mean, it's pleasing, not rewarding in a financial sense. It's hard work and it's physical, but pleasing when you see how much work you've done after a whole day.
I guess. I'm used to it.
I wouldn't mind learning more about keeping an orchard. Cherish was grateful that his talking was helping her stay sane.
Florence will gladly teach you.
What about you? I'm sure you know some things.
I could tell you some, but Florence is the best. She's making changes all the time, keeping up with the new ideas as well as keeping the good older ideas.
Sounds like I need to talk to her.
If you're thinking of starting an orchard from scratch, Florence has just done that on her property. It was a lot of work because her land was low-lying. It's not as good as this land. I heard her say that she's not got as much breeze as we have, so she might have to use fans or some such.
Fans?
Airflow keeps away mold and damp. That's why she had to spend a fortune on proper drainage. It's also why my father never used the land that she and Carter bought.
I wish I'd known your father. He sounds like a remarkable man.
He was. He truly was.
That made tears sting behind Cherish's eyes, thinking about all the people she'd lost. She couldn't lose Timmy, too, not like this. Sounds like growing apples might be harder than I thought.
Cherish shook her head. It's just like anything. Once you do it, it's okay.
We have a cherry orchard close to us back home.
There are cherry trees on Florence and Carter's other orchard.
The one Fairfax's folks used to own?
That's right.
Sounds like Florence has her fingers in a lot of pies. Maybe they're apple pies. He laughed. Or they could be cherry pies.
Just keep looking for Timmy.
I am, but I can do that and talk as well. They walked on, and still there was no sign of him. Eventually, they saw the other flashlights heading toward them.
Any sign?
Bliss called out. None, Matthew called back.
We have to go back now, Cherish. It's pretty late, and Adam's got an early start in the morning.
The knot in Cherish's stomach twisted again.
Thanks for helping. I really appreciate it.
We'll look again tomorrow, Adam said. I've got some work to do in the morning, but I'll come back and help.
That would be wonderful if you can spare the time.
I'll see to it. Cherish nodded. She was grateful for Adam's kindness. Bliss was blessed to have him. Chapter 27. Cherish had another sleepless night. The next morning, Cherish had to collect Fenella. She pulled up at her grandmother's house, and Fenella ran out.
Tell Samuel he doesn't have to fix the hole in the wall now. Why?
She's got even more jobs for someone to do, but my uncle's visiting her today, so she'll get him to do them all. That's great, because we really have to get back and look for Timmy. I mean, help with the harvest. Oh, he hasn't come back yet? Cherish shook her head. No. I'll be back in a minute. I'll just say goodbye. Okay, hurry. Say hello to her from me, and goodbye. Cherish sat in the buggy, anxiously waiting while wondering where Timmy was. It was the only thing she could think about. Fenella came running out of the house, and when she was nearly at the buggy, Adele appeared at the door. Adele waved to Cherish, and Cherish waved back. Once Fenella climbed into the buggy next to her, Cherish asked, "Was she upset that you didn't stay longer?" "I think so, but then I told her about Timmy. Then she understood. She said she'll be praying for Timmy to come home." That's nice of her. Once they were back on the road, Cherish told Fenella about the night before. "Matthew doesn't seem as horrible as you described, if he was helping you. I guess he got a bit better, but he's still a little irritating. I'm not going to say any more mean things about him because he helped me look for Timmy for ages last night. If you hear me start to say anything about him, you must stop me." Fenella laughed. "Okay, I will." When Cherish arrived home, Peter White was there. He walked up to the buggy as soon as they pulled up. "Cherish, I heard you've got a missing bird." For an instant, Cherish got her hopes up. "Have you found him?" "No, I'm sorry, but I thought I'd help out." "Thank you." He seemed genuinely concerned, and she appreciated that. "Does he like his cage?" "Very much. I let him fly around the house, and he often goes back by himself. Oh, don't tell Mom I let him out. She knows I do, but she shouldn't be reminded of it. Also, vets. I can contact them. Then I'll go to the library and get some flyers printed off. I'll ask all the local stores to put them in their window, and we can even put them up on fences around the immediate areas." "Thanks so much, Peter." Cherish was so pleased he was helping. If Debbie didn't marry him, she might marry him herself. "I'll also contact the local radio station." Now Cherish felt a lot more hopeful. "Okay, that sounds like a good idea. Thanks a bunch." "Cherish, we can put a sign up in the shop," Fenella said. "Yes, good idea." "Well, I better get started then. I'll head to the library now." "Yes, please do that. Thank you so much, Peter." "I just hope and pray that we find him." When he got in the buggy and drove away, Cherish started unhitching her buggy. "After we do this, we'll have to pick apples again. Harvesting goes on for weeks." "I don't mind. Neither would I, if Timmy was back." After they tended to the horse, Mom waved them over to the house. "What's the matter?" Cherish asked. "I got you a little something, Cherish." "You did?" She wasn't going to get too excited. Her mother was possibly the world's worst gift giver. "Is it another book on cake making?" Wilma laughed. "Oh, no, it's something so different. You'll never be able to guess, so don't try. Close your eyes. It's in the kitchen, and I'm going to lead you there." "Okay." Cherish walked cautiously with her eyes closed, and her mother held onto her hand. Cherish could hear Fenella walking behind her. If she didn't like the gift, she'd have to pretend to like it. "Nearly there. You can take bigger steps. I won't let you bump into anything." A few more steps, and Cherish knew they were in the kitchen. Mom announced, "You can open your eyes now." In the corner of the kitchen stood a large bird cage, much larger than the old one. And in the corner was a bird. Cherish was shocked, but looking closer, she saw the bird wasn't Timmy. This one was a green budgie. Cherish took a deep breath as sadness overwhelmed her. It seemed so final. Timmy wasn't coming back, and everyone knew it. Mom had given up hope too, hence the new replacement bird. "What do you think?" Mom asked. "You've been asking me for another bird for so long, and when Timmy comes back, this cage is big enough for the two of them. Timmy will have a friend." Cherish smiled. It was kind of her mother to do that. It showed that she did care about her. "Danke, Mom." Do you love the bird, Cherish? Fenella asked. Cherish got closer to the bird and lowered herself to get a closer look. No one understood how she felt. She couldn't replace one bird with another. I do. Dinka, Mom. She put her arm around her mother, and her mother hugged her tight. Her mother hated animals, so this showed she had a soft and compassionate side. Cherish stayed in the comfort of her mother's embrace for more than a moment. It was the closest she'd ever felt to her, and in that moment was just what she needed. Chapter 28. On Friday, it was raining so heavily that no one worked in the orchard. Cherish needed a distraction from the loss of Timmy. She had to push all of the horrible visions out of her mind about what might have become of him. The best thing she could do was keep too busy to think about him trying to find shelter somewhere from the rain. When Favor had asked Cherish and Fenella to go with her to visit Krystal, Cherish agreed. It was to be a surprise visit. Mom had sent a chocolate cake along with them so they wouldn't go empty-handed. To Mom, it was the worst thing in the world to visit someone without bringing food. The girls stayed behind Favor as she knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened and Mrs. Miller stood there. "Good morning, Mrs. Miller," Favor said. "Come in out of the rain. What are you doing here in weather like this?" The three girls stepped into the house after leaving the soggy blanket that they'd used as a shield against the rain spread over the chairs on the porch. "We've come to visit Krystal, just quickly if we can." "We brought chocolate cake," Cherish added. "Could she have a break from chores?" Favor asked. Mrs. Miller ignored Cherish's comment. "Krystal's not here. Isn't she with you?" Cherish and Favor looked at one another. "No," Favor said. "She's not here, and I don't know where she is. She left yesterday." Cherish could feel the waves of shock coming from Favor. "She left for good?" Cherish asked. "We had a few cross words. She said she couldn't stay. Actually, I didn't want to go to the bishop because I thought she might come back. I thought Wilma would have talked some sense into her and she would have sent her back." Favor shook her head. "We haven't seen her." "She didn't say where she was going?" Fenella asked. Mrs. Miller covered her mouth. "Oh, no. Do you think she's in danger?" "I don't know. She hasn't gone back to our place. I don't know where she would be." "That's it, Favor. That's it exactly." "What's it?" Fenella and Favor asked Cherish at the same time. "I think I might know where Krystal is. Come on." Cherish ran back to the buggy, not bothered by the rain. "Thank you, Mrs. Miller," Favor said over her shoulder as she and Fenella followed Cherish, holding the blanket over their heads. Mrs. Miller walked to the edge of the porch and yelled after them. "Well, what am I supposed to do? Do I go to the bishop and tell him?" Favor turned around. "No, please, just wait. I'm sure she'll be back. We'll find her. Don't say anything just yet." "Okay, but if the bishop or Mary come here to see how she is, I'll have to tell them. Besides that, I can't keep it quiet for more than a day or two. Do your best to find her." The girls hurried to catch up to Cherish. Cherish was soaking wet by the time she got into the buggy. As soon as the other two girls were in the buggy, she moved the horse back onto the road. "What are you going on about, Cherish?" Favor asked. "Do you know where she is?" "You said, I don't know where she could be. Get it? Bees. Bees led me to think of Eddie." "Do you think she's hiding out at his place?" Favor asked. "Eddie and Krystal aren't even talking." "He was acting funny last time we were there. I'm starting to think she was there when I was there with Debbie. That would explain why his mother didn't come out to say hello. I guess it would make sense that she end up there. She doesn't really know anyone else. Why would she leave the Millers? She never said anything to me about being unhappy." "Maybe she was embarrassed to say something," Fenella suggested. "I wouldn't know. I haven't seen much of Krystal, and I don't even know Eddie." 15 minutes later, they were at Eddie's house. They all sat in the buggy, not moving. "What will we do, Cherish? We can't just go on their property and start looking around. They might not know she's there. She might be hiding in an outbuilding somewhere. I'll just tell Eddie that Krystal is missing and see what he says, yeah? I guess so. The three girls got out of the buggy and walked to the house. Before they reached it, Eddie came out to meet them. Are you looking for a place out of the rain? He smiled, looking up at the sky. It had stopped raining by then. It's not raining, said Favor. Not yet, but the forecast says it's going to rain all day. I'm always looking at the weather forecast, being a beekeeper. It's part of the job. Cherish asked straight out, Eddie, have you seen Krystal anywhere? He looked down. I have seen her around somewhere. He was acting funny, and Cherish knew something was going on. Where is she? He put his hands up as though signaling for them to stop. Okay, she stayed here last night. What? Cherish gasped. Where is she? Favor asked. Cherish fixed her hands on her hips. She didn't like being fooled. I thought you said Krystal and your mother didn't get along. My mother is a compassionate woman, and when Krystal arrived in tears, telling us what happened to her, naturally we all wanted to help her. What happened to her? Favor and Cherish asked at the same time. She's been working like a slave at the dairy farm. She said it was even harder work than the apple orchard. She knew that going into it, Cherish said. Is that all? She's had to work hard? Don't be so harsh, Cherish. Favor faced Eddie. How is she? I think she's fine. Well, what are her plans? She must have said something. Is she leaving? Is she coming back? Or is she staying with you forever? Eddie shook his head. I'm not sure. No one's asked her. Can I see her? Favor inquired. I guess so. It's a free country. Come with me. As they walked, Cherish asked, Krystal was here when I brought Debbie over a while ago, wasn't she? She was. She's been visiting us on and off. She doesn't have many people she can talk with. She's got me, Favor whined. Once they were inside the house, Eddie closed the door behind them. Krystal stood there in front of them with her arms folded. Favor ran to her and they hugged one another. What's going on with you? Favor asked. I just needed time away to clear my head. Eddie and his family were kind enough to take me in. Favor turned around. I just want to talk to Krystal alone. Cherish frowned. I was the one who guessed where she was. Now you're going to keep me out of everything? That's right. Talk in the kitchen if you want, Eddie suggested. Ma and Pa won't be home for a good half hour. After Favor and Krystal had left the room, Eddie pointed to the couch. Take a seat if you like. I've got plenty of books and magazines about bees if you would care to take a look. Not for me, thanks, Cherish told him. Me either, Fenella added. Once the girls were seated, Eddie sat in between them. What's really going on with her? Cherish whispered. I don't know any more than what she told me. She had some argument with Mrs. Miller because she didn't want to do something or other, and then she's upset because she's working too hard. But everyone works hard, doesn't she know that? Cherish asked. I think they're trying to make her milk the cows because someone was off sick or had quit. I think that was the last straw for her, the straw that broke the camel's back. She said she couldn't get the hang of the milking, and when she finally got half a bucket, the cow kicked it over and then sprayed her with green manure. Cherish screwed up her face and was glad she worked with apples. That would have been awful, Fenella said. They told her not to worry about it and just keep on working, covered in manure. They told her she was too fancy. She told them she couldn't do it anymore. In the kitchen, Favor sat down in front of Krystal. What's happening? It's so horrible there at the dairy farm, I can't even begin to tell you. It's all right in the house, but then they tried to make me milk the cows. She relayed the story that Eddie had told the girls. Favor shook her head. That's awful. I can tell you that cow manure is nothing like horse manure. It was the worst thing that ever happened to me. I don't like cows, and they hate me because they know I don't like them.
You've got to stick with it. You've only got a couple of months to go.
I tried, Favor, and I don't know if I can last. I've got no idea what I'm going to do.
What do you want to do? Favor asked.
I want to stay in the community, but I don't want to be with the Millers.
The bishop said you have to stay there. If you give up now, what will happen to you?
I don't know.
Favor looked around the room. You can't stay here forever.
I know that. They have been very kind to me, though. She pointed at the stove. I've made them an asparagus pie.
Stay, for me?
I don't know what to do.
How about you get up and I'll take you back to Mrs. Miller. You can apologize, and then maybe the two of you can work something out. Say you don't want to be around the cows. Just try it. Then if things get worse, I'll have a talk to Levi, and you can talk to the bishop. Surely something can be worked out.
Krystal shook her head. I can't face the woman again.
You've got to try. It's only a couple of months. Then you'll be one of us after you take the instructions and get baptized.
I do want that to happen.
Good. Favor stood up. We're taking you back there now.
Krystal stood up. Okay, I'll go back and talk to her, but I'm not making any promises.
It'll work out. I know it will.
Favor and Krystal walked out of the kitchen, and Krystal told Eddie she was going to give things at the Millers another go. The girls said goodbye to Eddie and headed back to the Millers' dairy farm. Chapter 29. Back at the apple orchard, the rain had stopped, and Debbie decided to go for a walk to clear her head from the murkiness she felt around John's parents and that whole situation. Debbie still had a big decision to make. It bothered her that it had taken John's parents several weeks to write back to her. She wrote to them to say she was thinking about moving there, and she had expected some kind of response. Deep down, she had hoped they'd try to encourage her. Had they changed their mind about having her live with them? She understood that it had been a shock to them. Were they taking their time to write because John's father didn't want her to come and live with them? Or was it his mother who didn't want her there? Or both? And they were struggling with the idea of her being under their roof. She wandered along the soaking wet ground, through the rows of apple trees. Then she plucked an apple off a tree and got showered with rain droplets from the branches. She trembled and then munched into the apple. A little further along, she found a wooden box. It was abandoned. Someone had started to put 1 or 2 apples in it, and it was just left there. She tipped out the apples and sat on the box. Then she saw Caramel walking toward her. He sat down beside her. She wasn't all that fond of dogs, but Caramel had taken a liking to her from the moment she'd arrived. "Hello, boy." Caramel looked up at her, and she patted his head, while her thoughts turned back to her dilemma. If she lived with John's family, her child would grow up with his relatives. She would be surrounded by reminders of his father. There wasn't even a question about returning to her own family. She didn't know if she was welcome there, since she'd gone against their wishes, but it was irrelevant. No way was she subjecting herself or her child to their views or attitudes. The other thing she could do was stay on with the Baker-Bruner family. Although it wasn't her home, she felt genuinely welcome there. It felt somewhat like a home should. Right at that moment, a bird flew to a low branch of a nearby tree. She looked harder and saw it was a bluebird. Timmy? Timmy whistled. Debbie couldn't believe it. There he was. She blinked hard. There was no mistaking it. It was Timmy without a doubt. She didn't know what to do. She looked around. There was nothing to capture him with, and she couldn't go back to the house without him. It would break Cherish's heart to know that she'd been close to Timmy and couldn't get him. She rose to her feet, careful not to make any sudden movements. It was then that Caramel seemed to notice Timmy for the first time. She grabbed the dog's collar, leaned down as much as her midsection would allow, and spoke directly in front of his face. "Stay back, Caramel. Don't you dare move or I'll be very cross. Sit. Stay." Debbie looked back at Timmy and talked softly to him while she made her way to him.
"Hello, Timmy. Would you like to come home with me?"
Timmy whistled again. When Debbie was closer, she held out her finger, hoping Timmy would hop onto it. She was shocked when he did. She knew he wouldn't stay there while she walked all the way to the house. It was too far. Slowly, she put her free hand gently around his body, covering his wings and then wrapping him loosely in her apron. Then she walked quickly to the house. Timmy barely moved. He seemed to know he was safe and that she was taking him back to Cherish. When she got to the house, she walked into the mudroom and closed the door behind her. His old cage was right there in front of her. She opened the door and then released him into his cage. She closed the door and latched it, and then she heaved a sigh of relief. Then she walked into the kitchen with Timmy in the cage. The first to see her was Wilma.
"What's that you've got there?" "Oh, Debbie, I thought of doing that, but Cherish will know that's not Timmy."
"It is Timmy, Aunt Wilma." Wilma's eyes opened wide.
"It is?"
"Yes, I found him. I was in the orchard with Caramel, and he flew up onto a branch by me. I managed to wrap him in the end of my apron and got him back here safely."
"I don't believe it. It's a true miracle."
"Where is Cherish?"
"She's off somewhere with Fenella and Favor. They've gone to visit Krystal, I believe. I'll give him some seeds and water."
Later that afternoon, Debbie and Wilma heard a buggy. Wilma dashed out in spite of the rain that had started up again, yelling to Cherish that Timmy was back. Cherish jumped out of the buggy and ran to the house. She got to the kitchen and stared at the bird in the cage. He was blue. That was a good sign. She moved closer, unsure if it was really Timmy. It seemed too good to be true. The bird was the same size as Timmy. He had the exact same markers, and then he looked at her, and she knew it was him. "It's Timmy," she announced loudly. "It's really him." Wilma was right behind her. "Yeah, we know. Debbie found him in the orchard and brought him back safely." Cherish had never been happier or felt so grateful. She looked over at Debbie. "Danke, Debbie. However can I repay you?" Debbie laughed. "I'm happy that you're happy. I was sitting in the orchard with Caramel, and he landed on a branch next to me and chirped at me. It was as if he was saying he'd had enough adventures and wanted to come home. He doesn't look any thinner. He must have got food from somewhere, and it's been raining, so he would have got water." Wilma said, "He did eat quite a lot of his food from the time he's been here." Debbie nodded to the green bird. "Now you have two, Cherish. You wanted to, and now you have two." Wilma grunted. Things always go Cherish's way. Cherish realized her mother was right. Things always worked out for her, no matter how bad things got. She'd wanted two birds ever since Miriam suggested Timmy needed a friend. She silently thanked God for bringing Timmy home safely and for him now having another bird for companionship. "Just what I always wanted. We'll put their cages near each other so they can get to know each other before I put them in the same cage." "Great idea," said Debbie. Mom shook her head. Cherish knew Mom didn't really mind. She just liked complaining about things. At dinner that night, Debbie realized she had made her decision. She was going to wait for the right moment to tell everyone. "I don't believe it. There are no beaux at the table tonight. No Fairfax and no Adam." Levi laughed. "I wonder if the hard work at the orchard scared them off. If that's the case, we mightn't see them for some time because we've still got a ways to go before the harvest ends." "And no Ada and Samuel," Wilma added. "With Fenella staying at her grandmother's again tonight, it's just our family." Hope announced, "Florence says if it rains again, we're going to work through it." "Oh," Wilma seemed shocked. "I hope it doesn't rain too hard if it does rain." Favor and Levi reached for the last piece of chicken at the same time. "You have it," said Levi. Favor shook her head. "No, you have it." "My, everyone's so polite tonight. I do have more, so you can both have another piece." Wilma took the dish and filled it with more chicken pieces. Then she placed a piece on Levi's plate and one on Favor's. "Be sure to leave room for dessert.
We have a choice of date pudding and chocolate cake."
"Can't we have both?" Favor asked.
"Yeah, if you want."
When Wilma sat back down, there was a lull in the conversation. Now was the moment. Debbie cleared her throat. "I'm glad you include me in what you just said about just being family here tonight, Aunt Wilma." Wilma looked over at her.
"Yeah, of course."
"We do," Hope said. Favor swallowed her mouthful. "We're all hoping you don't go back."
"Agreed," said Cherish.
Debbie noticed Bliss had kept quiet. Debbie took a mouthful of water, swallowed, and then said, "I've made a decision. Timmy helped me with it. The bird was lost, not knowing where he was going or what was going to become of him. Then I was able to bring him safely home where he belonged. I think God is telling me that this is where I belong right now. I felt scared, just like Timmy. I was the little bird out in the wilderness. Now I'm home. If you'll have me, Aunt Wilma and Uncle Levi."
Levi chuckled. "We'll be delighted. I keep telling you you're welcome to live here as long as you want."
Wilma smiled.
"You're staying?"
Debbie nodded. "I am." "You're not going back there, not even to visit your parents or John's parents?" asked Hope. "They know where I am. They can come and see me and the baby once he's born, if they want. I'll write and tell them my decision."
"That's wunderbar news."
Favor clapped her hands.
"The best news ever. The best news ever since the news that Timmy's back,"
Cherish said. Favor had to say her bit.
"I totally agree, and we'll all help you so much, Debbie."
"Thank you."
Debbie smiled appreciatively at everyone.
"Yeah, simply great news,"
Bliss mumbled, while looking down at the chicken bones on her plate. Wilma wiped a tear from her eye. "I'm so happy you're staying." It shocked Debbie a little to see Wilma so emotional. It made her feel even more confident she'd made the right decision for herself as well as for her baby. For the first time in a long time, her future seemed bright. This has been Amish Harvest Mayhem, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 21. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Charlotte Loring. Copyright 2021 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2021 by Samantha Price.